Dalig2 just subscribed.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear until it is done.
And we're live. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Fresh sub from Dolly. I appreciate it so much. You got paid finally. I'm so proud of you. Hi staff. Thank you for the lurk, Salt. Hope work stuff isn't too much today. Hope today is a good and safe one for you. I told you I would sub to you. Yes, you did. I know, because I saw you sub to Jordan yesterday, and I was like, yay! Another thing to read? Yes, I have to catch up on all that stuff, because I've been locked the fuck in on so many other things. Yes, I gotta speed read all of that. We are live. It is a lovely overcast Thursday afternoon, which is perfect for me, because I don't do mornings and I don't do sun. So I'm having a good one. We have a bunch of cool updates today. Really, one big update. It's not that long, so I think we'll be good. Yeah, one big update, and then I want to yap some more Canadian election stuff, because that's, if you haven't voted yet, it's in 4 days. It's on the 28th, so make sure to vote if you're Canadian and can vote. Then vote, please. Very important election. Probably one of the most important Canadian elections in a very long time. So, also I think my camera's in focus. I can't tell. Yes. So, we're gonna start with some one big announcement, which is the game we're playing today will be Oblivion. Ancient Chamber can fuck off. We'll finish it eventually, but for right now, Oblivion. I'm so excited about the remake coming out. I've been so hype about it. I don't know if y'all know, right? Because I don't really talk about my name very much, right? But the Azura of Hellcat Azura, that's the name I've been going by since I was 18, right? Oh yeah, we're gonna spend so much time. The thing is, less than you'd think, just because I've played so much Oblivion, that I already have a decent idea of the character I want to make. So I have some base stuff. It's gonna be like tweak in the face is gonna be. I might just like go through some presets to get like a good base and then tweak from there. But the Azura from Hellcat Azura. Azura is my name. Azura Rose. Oh, we'll see. We'll get into that when we get into the game. But so when obviously Azura is not that's not my birth name. I'm way too white for that. I have a legal name that I consider my baby name, my government username that my parents gave me, and only really they call me that. Though my dad does mostly call me Azura now, which is really sweet and lovely because he's the best. Azura's birthday would be absolutely sick. I'm pretty sure it's mainly either Italian or like Islamic. It's sometimes used as a birth name, which I am neither of those things. But yeah, so I have my baby name that I went as until I was 18. Then when I was 18, moved to kind of late 17. But when I turned 18, I started to go to like fetish events and stuff. Big thing in the BDSM community is picking a name. So you're not going by your legal name because BDSM is very stigmatized. Especially when I started going to stuff in like, would have been 2008. So like people pick names to go by on FetLife and at Munches and at events that are not their legal names for safety reasons. Some people go by their legal names, but for the most part, everyone chooses a name. And I'm like, I might as well choose a fun, cool name. My birth name's kind of boring. So I was like, all right, cool, I'll pick a cool name. And the thing you need to know about me is when Oblivion came out in 2006, I was like 15, 16 years old. I played probably 1,000 hours of Oblivion because I 100%ed it twice. And by 100%ed it, I mean, one of them I cleared the map. I completely discovered the entire map. And the second playthrough, I didn't do that, but I did beat every quest. Every single quest line, except maybe one or two that like glitched out because it's Oblivion, it does that. But I beat every Daedric quest. I beat Shivering Isles. I beat all of the guilds all with the same character. I beat the main quests. I beat all of the little side quests. I think the only thing in Oblivion I've never done is the Knights of the Nine, just because the Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles expansions came out right around when I was leaving to go to university. And I played the shit out of Shivering Isles like 3 different times and then just didn't have time to get to Knights of the Nine before I moved out to go to university, so I wasn't playing it as much. So, that was my entire life when I was picking this name. The only other game I played kind of as much would have been like the KOTOR series at the time and Halo 1. Halo 1 doesn't really have a lot of things to pick as a name. I'm not enough of a Dommy Mommy icon to be Cortana. And like none of the names in KOTOR really like jumped out at me. Though Revan would have been fucking sick. But instead, I was like, okay, I was starting to get into Satanism at the time. Where I hadn't really fully identified with Satanism, but I was, my Wicca, eclectic, witchcraft bullshit. By that point, I'd already taken Lilith and Lucifer as my god and goddess. So I was really into demons. So in Oblivion, I don't want to spoil too much stuff for people who aren't familiar with the game at all. But in Oblivion, there are things called the Daedra, which are basically demon lords from the plains of Oblivion. And there's one named Azura, who is considered one of the most benevolent. So she's a demon lord, but she's very like morally upstanding to the point where they're like all of the Daedric lords have cults, but hers is the most accepted. She's also worshipped as a straight up goddess by the Dark Elves, and by the elves in general. So and I think the Khajiit like her as well. So she's one of the more accepted. She is the Daedric Lord of Dusk and Dawn, Transitions, Twilight. I didn't want to name myself Twilight as much as I love Twilight, like Twilight Princess, the fucking Zelda game. I didn't want to name myself Twilight because the shitty vampire movies that I do not like that aren't vampires don't at me. So I was like, oh, I like Twilight. I like Twilight Princess. This could be, I could use Azura as like a nod to Twilight. And like my favorite time of day, I love dusk. I love nighttime. I love like surreal liminal spaces. This is before liminal became a thing. You named yourself after a demon goddess? Yes. Though also Daedric lords are called lords and are all actually genderless. They like have gender presentations, but like they're all called demon lord or Daedric lords or Daedric princes. So it's Prince Azura or Lord Azura. But she uses she, her pronouns and is the Lord of Transition. So like I didn't know I was non-binary at the time. I didn't know I was trans at the time. However, it ended up being very prescient as a choice for a name. So that's Azura. Rose is, there are some books on Daedra in the book, or in the game. Azura is considered like the queen of the roses. It's a very obscure lordship that doesn't matter. I also really like roses as a flower. Because, you know, they're beautiful flowers, but they also have thorns, they can protect themselves. I like that dichotomy. I know it's fucking cliche for a goth to like roses, but shut the fuck up. And then, because Azura also, Azure is the Latin word for blue, specifically like sky blue, which was the color of my room when I was a kid. Or I had like a sky blue for my bedroom. So I really like blue. So the name means blue, and then together blue rose. Like blue roses are impossible in nature, and like symbolize like dreams and the impossible and mysteries and things like that. So it was like the soul hump, like the whole sum of like the group is like that's what I named myself because I'm a goth edgelord. I just did it in the most obscure, nerdy way possible. So when I tell you I'm excited to play Oblivion, I need you to understand the depths of where my name comes from. So we will be playing Azura's quest in Oblivion when we get there. And it's going to be a whole fucking time. I'm going to lose my damn mind. I'm going to be info dumping this entire playthrough. I don't know how to tell you how much I'm going to be yapping my ass off, and we're going to be reading books. Not all of the books, because reading all of the books in the game is just like, that takes hours. I have read, I think, almost all of them. One of my playthroughs, I went and built a library where I collected every book in the game and put it in a room. Because when I tell you I put like 1,000 hours into this game, I am not joking. Like I wasn't tracking it at the time, but I can pretty confidently say I've put an ungodly amount of hours into the original Oblivion. So prepare for the fact that we're going to be streaming Oblivion for a very, very long time. I might take breaks here and there to like finish Antichamber or play another horror game, or, you know, it's not going to be just Oblivion for the next 10 years of me streaming. We'll be doing other stuff here and there when I feel like it. But it's going to be a lot of Oblivion. I might do, like, break it up by quest line. Like, if we're doing, like, one guild, I might complete out that. Or if we're doing Shivering Isles, I'll just clear out that. I'm not going to worry about over-leveling because it's Oblivion. You can do things in any order. I know they did change how the leveling works. to make it a little bit easier to not accidentally overlevel, and to not completely fuck your build. But if it works at all like the original, like even kind of similar, like I'll be fine. It'll just be, I'll probably be fighting high level bosses the entire time because I'm gonna accidentally like level super high really fast, because like the main quest is what we're going to do probably last. There's like an initial chunk that I want to do right away, and then the world opens up, and then we'll just fucking side quest for forever. Ayo, Vanphy, welcome in. Welcome in. So with that said, I do want to say the big announcement, and then we'll get into news coverage, and then we'll start playing game. So, big news is, if I can, where's my phone? Forgot where my phone is. I'm gonna do a little something. I'm gonna do a little something. Yeah. Give it a sec. It's a little janky. Haven't done this before. Haven't done this live, so we'll see how this goes. I didn't want to do that. How do I? That's what I want. Okay. Stay. Okay, the music's gonna cut out in a second, but if I've got this working. So, I am currently from my phone. This is what we've got going on. So, this is what we have going on. My face from my phone. So, level of thing. Very quiet now though. Yeah, this is my camera. There, is that better? Hear me better now? Oh, I probably. There, is that better? I don't know what the levels are like, because is the audio better now? Better. Guys, thank you. Want 'em? Oh. Also, you can really tell. The whites in my eyes are blue. I can tell on the phone. Is it better? Okay, cool. Last thought. There. That should be fine. Okay, cool. So, I can stream off my phone now. Let me open other bit of code real quick, because this is weird. So I have this running also. I am. So, oh my god. So, Def, if you put exclamation point starting, now if you can put exclamation point live. Live. So we can from chat when I'm doing IRL streams, control it from chat, so just Salt and Steph can do. Not even if I mod other people, I have to make that happen. But have mods. And then I can do it from while I'm IRL. Yes, and you can preempt chat delay right now because I'm in. So it kind of cuts out. Is it audio cutting out or I do have audio monitoring on, so I can audio. Okay. Steph, let me know if you're also probably hard because tapping right. Oh, it's kind of my that might be um I do have like a yeah, I have a really aggressive noise here because I was testing it in my room with a bunch. Gotta talk loud and clear. Yeah. So if I just like talk more loud, I can just this is what part of why I'm doing this. So I can figure out if I fucked something. I there, is that better? Cut out talking. Okay, I'm talking. Talking. I just like really am like realize a lot too. Defaults for the noise gate, so then it's just a basic one. If I reset the noise gate, does that help? Still cut out? Okay, that might be um the phone? Um the camera will have a better mic anyway. Yeah. Um but anyway, so we've got this. We've got this and once we get a mic, like a lapel mic, it might be alright. Yeah. So like right now, I would be using the on body mic from. So you can see the camera is there. God, this is a wide angle lens, but you see there's a mic on there. We're gonna be using that mic on that camera to start because I don't want to spend $100 on a lapel mic and wait for that to ship and whatever and wait for that before we start streaming. So with the reset is not coming out. Okay, sick. Um, so I don't want to like wait. Um, I just want to make sure that um we can get live streaming IRL as quickly as possible. So that'll be that's my laptop. So we'll be doing that and yeah. And then the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what happens. Oh, because you're talking on the mic? Yeah. Well, so I won't be using the phone. I have to test it here because currently we're that camera that camera is what we're streaming on, but it's going to be also what we're streaming on. So I can't plug that into two things at the same time. I can't. So we will be getting IRL streaming up and running. I have a drawer full of shit to attach to my phone, to attach the camera to my phone. That's a whole bunch of shit. When we IRL stream, maybe I can like show you what the setup looks like with the camera. My internet will not cut out for a week. Perfect. Oh, yeah. So I we'll show you the full setup when we're streaming IRL for the first time, because then I can show you how it is set up properly with like the camera attached to my phone and all that jazz. Because it's like I can't show you the stuff when I'm not doing it. So we'll do that. But I want to show you one last thing, which is the disconnect protection. So when I turn this off, it's going to automatically switch scenes with scene I custom made for when my phone goes out when we're in public. So like if my data goes out, or like if I like walk into like a weird building or whatever, because I'm planning to go into like the path especially. Okay, cool. Thanks, Steph. But yeah, so like the whole reason I'm doing it this way rather than just streaming sharing off my phone is A, you guys still get all the alerts and all the fun stuff, and you still have like the chat overlay and the sub goal overlay, and you'll still have like alerts in the corner and everything. So when I'm live streaming, we still have all of our normal overlay stuff, but also we have disconnect protection. So if I'm have to take the TTC or something for some reason while we're streaming because I am disabled and don't have a car, then if my phone cuts out because I'm on So, was that sick? Me still panicking about the stream cutting out. I'm sorry. That was amazing. Thank you. So the song on that is Bloodluster by Sonderlust, which Salt made for their band. But specifically, they have like a redeem on their channel where you get enough channel points and you can get them to make you a song. So that's the song they made for me, with some of my input. So, my song. I figured having some like TV static glitch stuff with one of my emotes would be enough to like let you know that like, you know, I'm coming back, and it's not like fully disconnected, but they gave me the power to bully them. Oh, because of the scene switching thing, because you can like switch to BRB and stuff. I would say please don't abuse that, because like I won't know that you're doing it. Yeah, it's Bloodluster, which is like luster is like a shine thing. But yeah, it's just such a good song. Also, support Sonderlust. They're on Bandcamp and iTunes and Spotify. I don't have to mess with your work. Yeah, but like if there's good comedic timing, then like go for it. Theoretically, you also would have had it anyway because you're here where the laptop is. So like the entire time I'm live streaming IRL, I have to have the laptop plugged in, and Steph's at the house. Theoretically, like Lucy has a key to my house, so they can also show up and just fuck with my computer. They wouldn't. That's why they have a key to my house. But perfectly cut screen. Yeah, you can perfectly cut stream it. The stream delay might be a thing, but Kama, welcome in. Nice to see you. Welcome. So yeah, we have IRL streaming stuff. I have a bunch of shit to plug into my phone. I also figured out a way to be able to read chat without reading it off of the phone that I'm streaming from. I had to go through a whole process to get it so that the thing would let me turn my phone off while it was still streaming and not cut out. There's so many tech issues setting this up, you have no idea. Like, straight up no idea. Because I had to pay for some stuff because Canadian internet wouldn't let me do it the cheap way, but it's harder because I would have had to code stuff. So I went through all of that coding and then got to the end of it and realized it wouldn't work. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's such a nightmare. But I got it all running. We're all good. So, yeah. we can IRL stream. My plan is to start doing that in May. I think my first stream is going to be, because of the timing, how it works out. First IRL stream is probably going to be going to Hyde Park to look at the cherry blossoms. I think that would be like a really good first IRL stream because it's somewhere public and free. So like, I don't have to worry about paying for anything or getting in shit because we're in a park. It's cherry blossom season, so it'll be something pretty that we can go see. There's also like a really nice park there. Like there's a little farm, there's a pond. I did ghost hunting there, so I can yap about Ghost in the Six stuff while I'm there. Speaking of, Ghost in the Six will be filming again this year, with probably another video out also this year. We're just waiting for the weather to get nice enough that it's not, because like the place we're thinking of filming next is, we need to wait for things to be drier and not like early spring flood stuff still, and let like the ground dry out a little bit. But then we will be recording again, editing. We should have, like the latest, probably like this summer, have a video out. We want to make sure we do like at least 1 or 2 a year. But so many Frozen Raven's Nest they have built, but it's always Halloween at uni. Yes. Thank you for the dude, Steffi. I appreciate it. But yeah, so we have IRL stream plans. I haven't decided what day of the week we'll be doing it. That's gonna like super depend on what all else I'm doing. I should also have breakfast. I'm getting to see from yapping too much. This is supposed to be a scary game. All right. Perfect opportunity. Yes, it's a new thing. Perfect opportunity to transition, to lighten the mood before we do political coverage, but also so I can like eat breakfast. So this is our new redeem for when things are too much. It's a whole thing.
If you hate constantly
Oh,
being
fucking
spammed by
God.
ads, you need to download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites. It even blocks ads that you
So we
didn't
got
even know were
ads right now.
Imagine
Normally
being
my
able to
ad blocker
scroll and
works,
stream
but
completely uninterrupted. And that's not even the best part. If you opt in, Pi will give you cash back.
I don't want to watch an ad on stream. Yeah, no, YouTube broke my ad blocker. There we go. An ad for an ad blocker right now.
Hold on.
There we go.
Come on, you gotta take a bath. I know, I didn't like taking baths when I was a kid either.
My ad blocker will update in like, I don't know, a week, and then I won't deal with that anymore.
All right, fine.
Fucking child doesn't want a bath.
Just know that tomorrow morning before school, you're gonna be mad because you didn't take a bath.
Fucking every time.
What the fuck? What the Why? Why?
It's supposed to be a scary game.
This is supposed to be a scary game.
Fuck. Oh, God.
How do you like stop the stream for a second?
Yeah. Oh, I hated baths. I liked showers though. As soon as I was old enough to take my own showers, then I was fine.
That kid just ran right into the fucking wall.
Mm.
Oh. I did not expect that to happen.
Fucking God. It's supposed to be a scary game.
Is that gonna happen again? I swear to God, if that happens again. Oh my God, hold on a second, hold on. Wait a second, wait a minute.
That's so good.
Wait a
Every time.
It's gonna happen again.
I can't eat while it's playing. I'm gonna choke on stuff. I'm gonna choke on my cookie dough.
The French champagne has always been celebrated
For its excellence.
I can't do I can't take it. Ugh.
It is supposed to be a scary game, and mostly it is, but...
It was even better the second time. I don't even know who subbed. Hold on. Hold on.
We're gonna skip to the good bit.
How did I do that again? No, shit, go back. I want to do it again. I think I'm gonna die on camera. I think I'm gonna die on camera.
It's when he does like 5 in a row. I lose my mind. For people who weren't here the last time we were playing this, the first time I watched this on like D-Tune stream, I cry laughed so loud that Steph came across the house thinking I'd collapsed my lungs again. Yes, again. We're not gonna go through the whole story again, but yes, I've collapsed my lungs before. And Steph was worried.
It's broken. I broke my fucking laugh bone. I can't do it. I can't even laugh at it anymore.
There's like a spot where it like a bunch in a row and make it autoplay. Yeah, I should do that. Have it autoplay. Fuck me, man.
I gotta get like 5 to come out at the same time. I feel
Yeah,
like
like
the asset is loading right here. You know what I mean?
It's supposed to be scary.
Hold on. I'll get it. I can't even fucking imagine why you would have to do this. I can't even process why you would have that.
Like, what is the point?
A scary game.
It's a scary game. It's such a scary game. Oh boy, I'm crying, man. I am crying. Fucking Christ. Yeah, I should like clip it out and just have it be an auto redeem. The thing is, the easiest way to do that is make it a bit alert. And I really want this to just be like, I think I can maybe do it as a channel redeem, a channel point redeem. I might do that on like the Twitch end. I'm just thinking, I'm mentally processing out how I would make that work. One of those events, what do you think my stage name would do? A BDSM event? I have no idea, man. There's so much information I would need to know in order to come up with a BDSM community name for somebody. Like, that's a lot. So I don't know, man. Like, where am I? Steve. Steve's a good one. Steve is such a good name. Steve is actually the name of our skeleton that we, like our 5-foot-tall plastic skeleton that we use as a Christmas tree. Makes a really good Christmas tree because you can hang the ornaments off the ribs. I'm not joking. We genuinely use Steve as a Christmas tree. He's still got his Santa hat on right now because we haven't fixed that. Hi, Voice Beast. Welcome in. Skeleton is a Christmas tree, yeah. So we're gonna start with some good news because I'm in a good mood right now. PCA, hell yeah! That's awesome. Congrats. But we're gonna. No! Why is it not letting me read this article? Because it wants me to be a subscriber, but like I legitimately read this article yesterday. Anyway. This is the headline. I'll just summarize it because I read it. Basically, like, sorry, one sec. I felt a sneeze coming and then it aborted as soon as I muted my mic, so we're good. Basically, Polyev, the leader of the conservatives, that garbage piece of shit man that he is, he's held his writing for 20 years, and it's now a very close race between him and the liberal running in his writing, to the point where they've taken a bunch of like high-level campaign staff that are normally for like tight race, like swing riding, that's normally where they go, are now in his writing. And his writing has 91 people in it as protests. I did. That I'm pissed off about, actually. I'll talk about that. But, so Polyev might actually lose his writing, and if he does, I might come. Like, actually, I might be so euphoric that I transcend to a new state of being. Like, I don't know how to tell you how fucking funny that would be for Pierre Polyev to go from polling as likely to have a majority government 30 points ahead of the liberals, like at Christmas, at New Year's, to now like being decimated. Like, the conservative switcheroo that's happened, and this has never happened before. Like, I don't know how to tell you, this has literally never happened before. It's wild. So I'm really excited for the potentiality of Polyev getting just completely butt-fucked in the election. Especially because the other thing I want to do today is go through the leaders debate from the other day. But post-leaders debate, post-advanced fucking voting, they finally put out like their conservative costed platform, and it's got a bunch of shit in it about like woke nonsense that he originally only said in the like French debates. He sucks. But as far as the 91 people running in his writing, so that's a can't remember what party it was or like what group was doing it, but it was like supposed to be a protest not against him specifically necessarily, but it was a protest for election reform that people need to like about like vote splitting and how like that like makes it more difficult or whatever. They're all running as independent. Like none of them are actually interested in winning. It makes the ballots completely unwieldy for like accessible like ballot stuff. So like people who are blind or have vision problems who like need to read it in braille, like that's because it's alphabetized. It is too much for people who need help voting. Like this has made that writing extremely difficult. Also means that Pierre is probably going to go like, oh well, there was shit. There was shit going on in my writing, so like it's not a fair election. Like genuinely, I'm mad about it because it gives Pierre a way to whine his way about how like it wasn't a fair election in his writing, because honestly, it's not. Not that it's not fair to him, but it's just not fair to disabled voters. And it's just like a bullshit like thing to do. Like it doesn't actually shine light on like the problems with first past the post. Everyone fucking knows. It's like that having your name on a ballot as a protest is kind of like a shit thing to do. It doesn't take the responsibility of democracy seriously. Now, if there were genuinely 91 people who wanted to represent that writing, who were passionate about that riding and trying to give them a better option than Pierre, fine. I would be like, okay, yes, it's unwieldy for disabled people, but it's because genuinely that many people wanted to run, okay, fine. But if you're just doing it because you're trying to do a protest and you do not care about the effects that it has, and genuinely they don't care. It's not that they went, okay, it has these negative effects, but it's worth it for the impact of what our the goals of our protest. Genuinely on Blue Sky, they were yelling about how like it doesn't matter that it's impacting disabled voters, so like fuck those guys. Like hot take, if you don't care about disabled voters, fuck you. We're in a fucking pandemic. Not just COVID, but a rising measles pandemic and a bird flu pandemic. So like maybe fucking slow your roll on that one. So that pissed me off. But the fact that Pierre might lose his writing to the Liberals is, oh, I love it so much. He's such a piece of shit. And like straight up transphobic, racist piece of shit. And I'm so excited for him to have completely tanked his career by trying to act like Trump. And speaking of Trump, this is the other thing I wanted to cover. Trump talking about the election. And this is why if you can vote, you're Canadian and you can vote, please vote. Because the shit is really important. Also news, 14% of eligible Canadian voters voted on Friday. Just on Friday of Good Friday. So A, shows how important having a fucking holiday for election day can be. It's the most that's ever shown up for advanced polling in like ever, let alone a single day. Shit's massively huge. And also early voting generally swings progressive as well. So that's great. We should probably avoid winter elections. Yeah, it really fucks with turnout. Being able to just like walk to your poll makes a huge difference. But yeah, I'm super pleased with turnout already. Like 14% in a single day is like pretty solid turnout. There's like a couple million people showed up. I mean, let me double check the numbers. I can grab that real quick. 7.3 million Canadians voted during advanced polls. Yeah. Homie Brit, hell yeah. But 7.3 million Canadians voted during advanced polls, up from 5.8 in 2021. It's a record. More than 2 million people voted on Friday alone, a single day record, according to Elections Canada. Voters reported long lines across the country, some telling CBC News that they waited hours. Now, to Americans, waiting hours might sound like, well, but that's every election. The thing is, I've never, ever, in any election, provincial, federal, municipal, in my entire adult life, have I ever waited in a line except once. And that was because I was voting election day at like 9 a.m. in a retirement home, is where my like polling station was. So it was just flooded with people who lived in the retirement home. So that was kind of a wait, and even then, it like, that wasn't an hour. I waited maybe 30 minutes before I voted. And the line was like out the door, and I still only waited 30 minutes. Like, to be waiting hours to vote in advanced polls in Canada is unheard of. Because, like, we have really, 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 like, so many different places to vote. You can vote in mail. There's no restrictions on that. Like there are in the US. There's advanced polling stations. You can vote at elections office. Like we have very, very, very plentiful like places to vote. Normally when I vote, it's like you walk in and out in like 2 minutes. When I went on Friday, there was a sizable line, but because I had a cane, they let me cut line, which was extremely sweet of them. So I was only in line for like, I don't know, 60 seconds maybe. Thanks, Harrybot. Good bot. Very good bot. So it's really easy to vote because you're given a voter card. If you don't have that, you can use ID. And if you don't have that, you can use proof of address. Yeah. So like voting here is super easy. So you get sent a voting card in the mail. It's like this big. It tells you where your advanced poll place is, what the hours there are, your day of polling place, what the hours there are, what like proof of, like all of the stuff you need to know comes on this card. You hand that to them, and they just check you off on a list and then hand you your ballot. It's paper ballots, so you just sit behind a screen, check it off, come up to the front, they pull off a little tab, hand it to you, and you physically put it in the box. Your shit really good there, damn. Yeah, we do. So yeah, paper ballots, and they give you a number 2 pencil. They give you specific instructions on how to do it. When I was doing the provincial voting, they weren't like the little paper ones that the federal election has. They're like these big ones. But those are scanned by a machine right in front of you. So you mark them off and you like it's in like a little folder so they never see it. And they put the folder up to like a machine. It feeds the ballot in the machine and counts it as you're standing there so you can watch it happen. And if you don't put it in the box, you watch them feed it into a counting machine, yeah. And it's in front of you. So you know everything that's happening. You know what ballot box it's going into. Like, you know it's counted. So, like, our elections are great. So to have, like, someone be waiting in advanced polling for hours is a sign of how much voter turnout we had. Like, when they say, like, a one-day record, they're not joking. It was, like, a lot. I've never seen lines like that. And, like, I went on Friday at, like 6 or 7 p.m. I'm sure around 5 o'clock it was busier. So, like, I'm super excited about the voting turnout. And I know for a fact it's high turnout because of this. This is why we have high turnout. Because everyone is taking this threat seriously, which I'm so happy people are not doing what they did with Project 2025, is seeing a threat and going, well, but he's obviously joking. And like there's a little bit that at first where we were like, are you serious? Are you joking? Like that has to be a joke. And then he like repeated it and we're like, okay, it's not a joke. And we're taking it super seriously. And obviously the tariffs have now happened. So it's real. But like with Project 2025, I remember warning people about that. People going like, no, he wouldn't. He's joking. That's not real. That's not legal. That couldn't happen. So it's like, I'm so glad that people are taking this seriously and not just treating it as a joke. But yeah, he's legitimately trying to attack Canada still. This came out, yeah, yesterday. Days before the federal election, after more than a week without commenting on Canada, U.S. President Donald Trump resurfaced his 51st state rhetoric Wednesday afternoon and suggested he could further raise auto tariffs. The president was speaking to reporters from the Oval Office when he repeated his false claim that the United States subsidizes Canada. I have to be honest, as a state it works great, Trump said. 95% of what they do is buy from us and they sell to us. It's because it's been convenient. We don't have to. Only Canadians are taking it seriously. Canadians, yeah, that's what I mean, is that we're taking it seriously in voting and not letting Pierre be our Trump, with his own fucking Doge, because he, like, him and his allies want a Doge. No. But no one wants to be the 51st state, because we have fucking healthcare. We do not want to need a Luigi. We don't need Luigi. We have public health care. Currently, right now, the NDP and the Liberals both want to expand pharmacare and stay with the expansion of dental care that's coming in like a week. So, like, you're not gonna have Luigi, you're gonna have Mario, yeah. But like, we like having public health care. We like having multiple parties. Like, even on the right, they have like, I don't know, 3 different parties. So like, we like how our system works. Are there improvements that we would love to have? Yes. But we certainly like what we have better than we like America's system. We are too familiar with what the American system looks like. I super love that this election's almost over, and it was only announced, what, 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago? Hey Kat, welcome in. But I like that it's almost over. Do you know how happy I am that we don't have year-long elections every other year? Shit's stupid. Why do you do that? We don't have that. Our election is, we don't have, like, gerrymandering because our ridings are, like, independently made. You don't just dick around riding shapes. Ridings are shaped like this every time. They're boxes. The only time they're not fucking square is when there's, like, you know, like 2 towns next to each other, and it's like kind of this weird, like, squiggle, so it can be what, because of population. Because it's like, this is a tiny little village, they're not gonna have their own ridings, we just attach them to, or like there's like a river or something, so they just draw it along the line of the river or the lake or whatever, because you're not gonna. This is what Ford happens to them, yeah. But like, we don't have gerrymandered ridings. We genuinely do not have that. Like, first past the post is a problem, but we don't have gerrymandered ridings. Ridings are like roughly sized based on population. They're all roughly square. When they're not square, like, my riding is a fucking almost perfect square. Like, I love that. I love that there's no gerrymandering. I love that to vote, I don't need to care about what my gender marker on my IT is, because it doesn't fucking matter. And the thing is, you know what's great about Canadian elections compared to American elections? I have not registered to vote in years, because I did it once, and then I never have to do it again. You just, while you're filing your taxes, this is an amazing thing that America could maybe fucking consider. When you file your taxes, there's like a little button you click that says opt into sharing your tax registration information with Elections Canada. So it doesn't share like all your tax information, but it basically, you allow the CRA, our version of the IRS, to automatically update Elections Canada of where you've moved. So every year when you file your taxes, you let Elections Canada know where you live. So your registration to vote follows you around. When I registered to vote for the first time, I was like living with my parents because I was in university half the time. And every move I've never updated Elections Canada, and my voting registration cards have followed me, both federal and provincial, from place to place to place. I've moved like 5 or 6 times, and I've never had to tell them where I've moved. It just follows me. I would be able against only being able to cast a vote and file taxes. I'm against that, actually. I'm fully against that because homeless people can't pay taxes. Can't file taxes. There are a lot of people who can't file taxes for whatever reason. There's a lot of extremely poor people who can't file their taxes or don't. And while not filing your taxes is not a legal thing to do, necessarily. The CRA doesn't seem to really give a shit. Like, you don't have to file your taxes if you're on OW or ODSP. You don't have to file taxes. If your only income is, I don't think homeless people can vote since they don't have an address. Some do. They register their address for voting as their homeless shelter, or if they're, technically you're still homeless if you're couch surfing. So you can register your address to vote as, like a place you're staying, but you don't actually have a fixed address. So you can. You can technically still vote. You would just have to have like a temporary thing. There are ways for homeless folks to vote still. And again, for people who are on OW or ODSP, they do not have to file taxes. Because they're on fixed government income, they don't need to tell the government how much they're making because the government knows. Not just from ODSP, but like they already have to, like they'd have to file taxes if they're getting money other than ODSP, but if they're just on ODSP, they don't have to file taxes because the government is what's paying them. Oh yay, good to know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't have to file taxes. I would still recommend it, because you can still, anything medical that isn't covered by ODSP, you can claim. Plus you can still get your like GST refunds and stuff. Yeah, you don't have to feel bad. Like if you're bottom tax bracket and you're not filing them, the government doesn't care because you're not actually paying in anything. You get returns because you'd be getting like a GST return and stuff. So like that's why I recommend still doing them anyway if you're really poor. Or on fixed income, because you'll still get like the Trillium Fund here in Ontario. You still get there's still some tax credits you can get access to even if you're on ODSP or OW, and if you're that poor you fucking need that money. But like no one's gonna audit you. The CRA does not care, because they owe you money. They don't care. If they owe you money and you don't file, they don't care. Like, I'm self-employed, so I definitely have to file them, but I haven't. Self-employed people don't have to file until June, so I have another, like, month and a half. But yeah, so, like, I would say, like, people who don't pay taxes still should be able to vote, because a lot of poor folks don't file taxes, but still deserve to vote. But yeah, like I will say though, the CRA makes voting registration really simple, because they just keep it updated. So like we do not want to be the 51st state because like, do you have any idea how complicated doing taxes in the US would be? I don't want to do that. Like, I know people who are doing the, like basically the same job as me, who it takes them weeks to do their taxes, and they need an accountant and stuff, and I do them myself. Yes, I use TurboTax, which sucks. I wish it was automatic, but like, I also get paid in cash, so there's a certain amount that I would have to do anyway. I get paid in cash a lot, but like, I don't want to have to file American taxes. Like, and also we don't, a lot of this was because of NAFTA, which Trump doesn't like, so you can shut the fuck up. But yeah, they're attacking on our sovereignty. He's being shitty. I love how he's talking about Carney. He's like, he was very, very nice. We had a couple of nice conversations. He didn't think it was appropriate to weigh in on the Canadian election, despite seeming to do exactly that. I love the CBC. And this is why fucking Polyev could fuck off, because I like the CBC. I like that, unlike the Globe and Mail, which said like, oh, you have to pay a subscription to get the news, I can fucking read this for free. Publicly funded journalism is important. So, yeah, so Carney wants to protect sovereignty, accused Polyev of American-style approach to homelessness, affordable housing, and mental health care. I think that's in the leaders debate. But yeah, he wants to like arrest homeless people and like drug users rather than using healthcare solutions. So he's ridiculous. Yeah, and he wants to raise tariffs and everything. So like, shit sucks. This is like the most important thing in the election. Oh yeah, he wants to raise it on lumber and auto and steel and aluminum. Oh, we don't need their oil, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their cars. It's like, you do. Yeah. Yeah, Jagmeet's saying that we need to raise employment insurance, and like, yeah. Yeah, the expanded EI eligibility has been announced though, so. Everyone deserves to vote. That's what democracy means. Yeah, it's everyone's right to be able to vote. Because the way that democracy works is it's the consent of the governed. It's an ongoing check of your consent to continue representing you. So, yeah, we're gonna watch the leaders debate. The one thing I will cover from after the leaders debate, oh, it was just before the leaders debate. There was gonna be a scrum afterwards. One day I'll vote, I believe. Oh yeah, soon. I want you to have the ability to vote. You fucking live here. But yeah, so there was gonna be a question period after the debate for journalists to ask direct questions as a follow-up to the debate. That did not end up happening for a very specific reason. Azura Levant, who is I think the head of Rebel News, which is basically our version of like OAN, or like, he wants to imprison homeless. Yeah, Polyev sucks. But yeah, so you're behind on the stocks? Yeah, no worries. Azura Levant's the head of Rebel News. Rebel News is not news. It's like a far right propaganda thing. So today, no, you're good. So yeah. He'll explain.
Bob, I'm going to come to you on this. Here's what's going on here. To my left, there's the room there where the media is gathered. It's where they can watch the debates. This is where the scrums are happening with the leaders. There was some sort of an altercation inside there in the last little while involving Azura Levant, who is the head of Rebel News, and other journalists. Michel Cormier has escorted Azura Levant out. His credentials, we believe, has been revoked. Earlier in this program, you might have seen sort of some glitchy video playing because we had to go to tape because Mr. Levant and his people came over with cameras rolling and tried to interrupt this broadcast, which is something journalists do to other journalists, I guess. But Bob, this is kind of what's been going on here. Bob, I'm going to come to you on this.
So the post-debate scrum got canceled because of that. Because Azura Levant decided to physically, yeah. Azura Levant decided to be a fuck, which is the only thing he knows how to do. So, but Azura Levant is not a fucking journalist. He's a propagandist. He's a far right-wing agitator. And he sucks ass. So, like, that's the state of, like, Rebel Media backs the conservatives. Like, that's the state of where we're at. Like, Like, our news, that we have right-wing and left-wing news. The CBC is, like, my favorite. CB24 is fairly centrist. Global tends to be pretty centrist. Toronto Star is, like, center-left, I guess. Toronto Sun and the National Post are far-right. But, like, Rebel News makes, like, the fucking National Post look reasonable, which is sad. So yeah, we're gonna watch the leader debate. It's like 2 hours long. I might skip around it a little bit. And I'm gonna put it on 1.5 speed so we can get through this a bit faster. Sun is more storm the Capitol right. The Post is more insider trading right. Yeah, the Toronto Sun is like your racist uncle that wants to drink beer and go fishing, who is like very easily radicalized into like violence. The Post is legitimately just like your tech bro, finance bro, like probably lives in the city, like sort of facty situation. Like that's kind of where we're going. I will skip around in the debate a little bit, but I just wanted to catch some of it.
Radio Canada in Montreal. 4 federal leaders meeting
Oh God.
in a crisis. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme, stay on time. How much each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders and to you at home. This is the 2025 Federal Leaders Debate. Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise of your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally.
Do you guys find 1.5 is like too fast? I might just put it on 1.5 speed or normal speed, because it's a lot.
Fundamentally changed because the president is looking.
I forgot that Carney speaks quickly.
Restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
I really like his demonstrating strength thing. A thing that he has also done is bought up a bunch of American bonds, which means that Canada owns, I think it's like $3.5 billion. Can't remember how much it is. It might be $350 billion. It's a lot. I think it's $350 billion of U.S. debt. He also coordinated with the Europeans and the Japanese, who also own trillions of dollars of U.S. debt, to basically have that threat hanging over the U.S. So if they keep fucking with people, that they have that to drop on them. But yeah, I mean, I've been really appreciating that his take on dealing with the United States has been building relationships with other countries and showing that their tactics and their tools for trying to manipulate us are not going to work, because we have other options, that we're not completely reliant on them.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here.
Contestants? Oh my God, shut up, man.
What would I do different? Well,
I'll say his face.
I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what would I do? I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market.
So what he's saying is he's going to not care about climate change, and he's going to run roughshod over Indigenous people, force BC to have pipelines they don't want in places they don't want them that'll damage their ecosystems. Like, that's what he's trying to say. And also, yes, it's just not true. The Liberals famously bought a pipeline. Like, and green energy is a big employer. Yep. If anything, like, the thing we need to be doing is green energy, because, like, there's a lot of manufacturing and building wind turbines. We have a lot of wind. Solar, yeah, and yes and no. We don't have a lot of sunlight half the year, but in the summer we do get a lot because of how seasons work. Especially in the far north, you have like 24 hours of sunlight on the one day a year. But also, like, nuclear, we have a lot of uranium. My dad actually used to be a uranium miner, weirdly enough. So, like, Northern Ontario has a lot of uranium. We can do a lot of nuclear, and nuclear is a lot cleaner. It's better for the environment than fossil fuels. Having places to put the spent fuel, we have an easier job than a lot of other places because we have the Canadian Shield. That's literally bedrock. We chuck that down there, it's never coming back out. Geological eras can go by before that shit would go anywhere. That's completely inert. In the short term, sell oil to pay for nuclear plants. Yeah, we can do both. You sound so insincere. Yeah, oh yeah. He's talking out his ass. But nuclear is literally, like, also for people who are worried about meltdowns, modern reactors can't melt down. They're designed by physics that if they start heating up, they turn themselves off. So that's not a risk anymore. Modern reactors are very safe. Where you put the spent fuel is what matters. And even then, like, radioactive material, like, the sun is radioactive. Like, it's fine. That's a thing we can manage. And also, fusion reactors are becoming increasingly a future possibility, so.
And bring home the jobs so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
No.
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People
and he wants to
on
cut taxes
border,
on the
worked on the other.
rich.
People
So
traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
Monsieur Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries?
No notes, that's just accurate.
Many, of course, of which are in Quebec.
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built
really nice.
differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different. And if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Yeah, Bloc remains the Bloc. They're there to stand up for the interests of Quebec. I've mentioned this in previous streams, like, totally makes sense. The Quebecois are a minority in Canada. I am not against them having a bit more of a say. They are also massively racist and Islamophobic. Is the center right? I'm chill with. I mean, they're coming from a position where, because they are also a minority, that, like, at the very least, they do have a point here and there. They're extremely anti-sex work. A lot of extremely shitty anti-sex work laws have come out of the Bloc. They're also extremely ableist. They keep pushing expansions of MAID. I don't like Quebec for various reasons. But I can also understand that, like, you know, they do have a slightly different culture than the rest of us. What a way to come back. Hi, Dolly. We're just talking about the Bloc Québécois. But just being like, yeah, could you, like, just respect that our culture is different and that we have our own interests, and as long as you respect that, then we're going to be a good ally to whoever is Prime Minister, because he knows he's not going to be Prime Minister. No notes. Completely fair. They're not perfect, but they do listen,
yeah. Into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. You know, we have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy.
Predictable.
And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S., so that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney.
And again, so far, Carney is handling this extremely well because he's not performing like a politician. Is the wildest thing is he's just answering the question. He's just being like, this is what we're doing. We're not doing that thing. We're doing this thing. This is why. Done. Here's an example so you understand. Because he's presenting like a businessman at like a board meeting, which is kind of essentially what is happening. We are the board, and he's talking to us and being like, this is what the plan is. This is like what I'm doing as CEO or whatever, which is meat in my language. I mean, he does have DILF energy, I'm not gonna lie.
Claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources.
I love it. Just like, I would like to respond to that.
Resources overseas.
Also, can I just say, I'm liking that they're replying, but they hold up their hand and be like, I would like to respond to that, and then are waiting and not yelling over each other. This is so much nicer than other debates.
could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly
And
on
also,
our energy
I'm just going to talk over Polyev.
when
He's just
you have
attacking.
seen
He's not saying
how
anything
much
about what
these
he would
liberal
do.
policies have weakened our country?
All he has
over the
to say
last
is
decade.
attacks.
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure.
If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day, so free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about
Sorry,
pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly,
He's such a dad. I love him so much. But you love oil, which is one of the sectors that is most dependent on the U.S. Yeah. And also, like, he has to develop, before he invests in more pipelines, he has to know that there's a market for it. He's only been prime minister for a month. Sorry, I'm getting to it. Yeah, he's like, hold on, I'm building a point. I don't just yap, man. And again, him saying that he wants internal Canada free trade. Yeah, free trade within Canada by July 1st is incredible. Was silly you weren't doing that already? Yeah, fully. That's an incredibly good idea. And he's already working on it. He's already got all the provinces agreeing on it. Also, look who's interrupting. Exactly. Fuck, I'm a leftist who's carny pilled, and I don't know how to cope with this.
one project, one review, and relying
That's not
on
possible
provincial.
under
Yes, it is
C69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it
it's
is
not.
the
It's
impact
banned
assessment.
under C69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
I'll
Gotta let
jump in
okay,
on this.
Mr. Singh's turn,
The
please.
anti-development
Of
law.
course, we agree.
Also, yes, Polyev's the only
around
one
having a
interrupting.
strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while, Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling.
He's not a leftist, but he's a realist, what we can work with. Yes. And also, Singh has a point that workers do need more relief dealing with the tariffs, but Carney has expanded EI to a degree. He's also only been prime minister for a couple weeks. He's also legitimately like the idea that cutting capital gains is only a tax cut for millionaires. Also, see how he was going to say billionaires and had to correct himself to millionaires. So part of the issue with how the capital gains tax was working initially is I support a capital gains tax, but it needs to be benchmarked correctly. Capital gains tax on as it was impacting people who sold anything that had made I think it was like a 250,000 or a 100,000. It was very low number profit off of a sale. Unfortunately, that means any person who's retiring and selling their primary home to downsize for retirement is being hit with a massive capital gains tax. This is the one thing that was angering my dad about Trudeau the most, was that he's a business owner, because he's a medical professional. He's selling his practice because he's retiring, because he's fucking 67. He gets to retire. He was going to lose most of the value of his practice because of capital gains tax. Now, that's not super fair because he's also capital gains does not take into account the fact that like he's bought equipment and he's built a patient base. Like there's value he's added to his practice, so when he sells it, he's not just selling a building. He's selling something he put value into, and that's why the value's gone up. Plus, also inflation. So, like, if someone owns it, because of the price of housing in Canada, if you sell your primary home, you're getting slapped with capital gains tax. And, like, saying, like, oh, millionaires, that's boomers who are trying to retire. Most Canadians don't have retirement savings. They're planning to sell their homes and downsize, which is what gets hit. Yes, because, and this is the thing my dad's also mentioned, is that when he was younger and trying to pick what to invest in for retirement, housing and real estate was considered the stable bet. You put your money into your house or, you know, your business property that gains value over time. So when it's time to retire, you sell that rather than playing stocks, which can go up and down. Or like some stocks that are even fairly safe don't go up high enough. Because this is people were told this is their retirement fund. Right? Boomers are basic, and like Gen Xers are getting hit with the retirement version of what millennials had to deal with of just go to university and you'll get a job. So we invested all this money in getting education, get into a job market that doesn't want our education anymore, and then we're fucked and loaded with all of this debt. Boomers are getting and Gen Xers are getting hit with the same exact thing of just buy a house and you'll be set for retirement, which pre-capital gains tax is actually what would work. Now, do I think we do need a capital gains tax on people who own multiple properties? Yes. Someone who's a slumlord who owns like fucking 6 houses and rents them all out. Yes. That's someone who is making profit off of housing. Yes, we need to address that. But someone who owns one house and is selling that primary residence in order to downsize for retirement should not be hit the same way. These are not the same use cases. Someone who's owned a business their entire life and is selling it to retire, like that's not the same thing. Like treating like corporations the same way that you treat like a dentist's office or something, or like a hair salon or tattoo studio that's selling their tiny little individual business at retirement is not the fucking same thing. Higher income tax brackets tax a higher percentage. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that we need to tax higher more, give some relief on the lower tax brackets. But the thing is, people keep thinking of like people who make $100,000 a year sound rich, right? To someone like me who, like, to be perfectly candid, like after expenses because I pay everything out of pocket because I'm self-employed. After all my expenses, I make less than $30K a year. I'm poor. Like, I'm real poor. Like, the only reason that I'm able to stream on, like, good quality stuff is because I need it for work. This would be different if wages kept up with inflation and such, because then you could save part of your wages, but it doesn't, and you have no options. Yeah, and savings accounts actually don't work. A savings account, the interest you get on a savings account is less than inflation, so you actually lose money that way. So like you can't save for retirement. Same with like just hoarding cash. You can't save for retirement that way because of how inflation works. Your money depreciates over time if you hold on to cash, which sucks. I wish I could just have a shoebox, but you can't do that. But yeah, you can't. Most of us are poor, even if you have a good paying job. Yeah, and that's my point. Is I know people, like I have friends who make $100K a year. They can't afford houses. They can't buy a house with $100,000 a year jobs and like 80 to 90K swirled away for a down payment. Can't buy a house. And by a house, I mean like a fucking condo. A shoebox condo. They can't afford that. You can nest egg and not be fucked by only having your house. Yeah. But like that's my point, is like him saying that getting rid of the capital gains tax is like somehow a treat for the wealthy is flattening a bunch of nuance. That's why the capital gains tax didn't work at all. 100K a year, you qualify for Habitat for Humanity housing assistance in Toronto. Yeah. 100K a year is poor. It's lower middle class at this point. Like, my dad makes, I think, roughly about that. As a 67-year-old medical professional about to retire, who's had a practice for 40 years. Like, it's stupid. We should not be having people who make 100K a year retiring and being fucked over. So, like, no, this is not just millionaires. This is affecting people who make, like, low 5 digits or, like, low 6 digits. Like, someone who's making 100 or even 200K a year is going to be hit by capital gains by selling their house. And that's, again, yes, those houses are selling for millions, but you have to keep in mind $1 million is 10 years of 100K a year. That's just 10 years. And if you're 67, like my dad is, that'll get him to 77. My dad is, based on his health and how long my grandparents lived, is likely to live into his late 80s. He needs 20 years of income. More than that, because he has to also pay for my mother, who has the same chronic disability stuff as I do, plus diabetes. My mom has a lot of health issues. And, like, she's younger, but she works for my dad. When my dad retires, they're both retiring. Like, selling the business has to pay for both of them. So, like, I kind of resent Singh for, like, flattening this issue and not understanding that a bunch of, like, working class people are being hit by this too. Just because they're older and have the luxury of having a house, sure, they have a privilege I'll never have. I'm never going to own a house until maybe when my parents die, my sister and I will split a house through our inheritance. But, like, we shouldn't be punishing them. We should make sure they're good so we can reach them, not bring them down to our level. That doesn't help anyone.
What am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec?
I will say, not every Canadian politician speaks out of both sides of their mouth. We did have Chrétien for a bit.
However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poliev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines.
Yeah.
Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, Liberal Law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single
We're
biggest
gonna move to green.
export.
Okay, yeah.
Why would you not repeal this liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Let's get a
Yeah,
response.
I agree, Kat.
Let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a
What a
commitment.
great idea.
Made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those
Question was
companies
about
most affected.
Ow.
There were several points
Means
raised.
nothing
if,
so far.
If I may, Mr. Steve, if I may address, I'm trying to do it quickly because several points raised. All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds.
Not loving how the other leaders are not answering the questions, just to ask questions of Carney. Yes. All of the other leaders are just attacking Carney, and Carney's actually answering questions. And this is why Carney and the Liberals are polling so well, as part of it. Because people are hearing him actually respond to their concerns and not just bickering. Like, Singh is making at least some reasonable points, but he's mostly attacking. Polyev is doing nothing but attacking. The bloc leader is also mostly attacking, but to be fair, that's what the bloc is for. So, like, that doesn't bother me nearly as much. But, like, shut the fuck up. And what Carney's actually actively responding to all of their points in full.
Proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines, that means carbon capture storage, that means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers' meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Polyev, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect.
And I do appreciate that Carney is like, yes, emergency powers for the federal part, not for the, like, he's actually clarifying, like, someone's like, you said one thing here and another thing here, what is the difference there? And he's like, instead of going, I didn't say that or whatever, he's like, legitimately just like, yes, I said those two different things because of there's a nuance there. And like, I deeply appreciate his ability to just be upfront and fucking reply to questions. It's refreshing. And like, part of the reason why people are flocking away from the NDP and to the Liberals is because we're tired. Like, I've been a long-time NDP voter. It's no secret that I'm very left-wing. I'm very, very, very tired of Jagmeet Singh doing Polyev and Trump-style attack politics. I'm tired of it. I hate seeing it. Tell me what you're offering. Don't just tell me that the other guy sucks. Great. Why don't you suck? Why are you better? Why would you be a better option?
Respect is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate the same project.
Have no regulation.
Have one-stop shop.
Mr. Singh,
over any energy
Mr. Singh, we just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact,
Yeah.
Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that it takes now 17
like,
years
Singh, shut the
to
fuck
get
up and
a
stop
major
interrupting, but
project
also that
approved
was
in this
funny.
country. That is why
And yeah,
in
we
the
know that
last
liberals
10
and
years,
conservatives
we've had
suck.
the worst economic
Sucks here.
growth
You're politicians.
in the entire
liberals bought a
G7.
pipeline and
We
built a
cannot
pipeline.
afford
They're
a
pretty
fourth
pro-pipeline.
liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the
Can
United
you three
States.
have a fist fight while we chat with
These two
Carney?
compete
Yeah.
about who's more pro-pipeline. I think what we need to do is, I mean, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build
It is
an east-west grid.
annoying.
Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy.
That was
That's
funny, yeah.
the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think that's a bragging point,
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the East-West grid. Grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor, huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should...
Thank you. Not 13, less. The NDP get a new guy to talk the same points better, please? Yes. And like, again, I love that Carney can just say, yes, you have a very good point. You have a great point that we should have an energy corridor. We can do both. Because the thing is, like, exactly what Steph was saying is that you can't ignore oil. You can't completely ignore oil because of how much of our economy it is and how needed it still is in the short term, right? And also, unfortunately, Alberta exists and we have to deal with that, okay? Alberta exists. Fucking suck it up. We're gonna have to deal with that because right now, our biggest weak point when it comes to Trump is Danielle Smith and Alberta, is the UCP. It is unfortunate, yes. We have to deal with the UCP being a massive, massive weak point in our confederation to protect ourselves from Trump. If you want plastic, you still have to have some oil, and you have to be able to refine it. Right now, Canada can't do that. Yes. God, could somebody punch her? Yes. In Minecraft. Definitely in Minecraft. In Oblivion. We're gonna punch her in Oblivion. And yes, we still need plastics, even if you're not using single-use plastics, which I also do think we need plastic straws back. But other than like plastic straws, we would still need you know, medical equipment has to be made in plastic because it's non-organic, so it doesn't cause allergic reactions. Inert, you can sterilize it. Like, you're gonna punch her in Oblivion, yes. The kid starts playing, yes. So like we do need oil, and especially like natural gas here in Canada, a lot of homes are still heated by natural gas. We can't just fucking abandon heating in Canada. You can't do that. Canada ships raw oil to the States. The pipelines are so we can sell the raw stuff to China or Europe. Yes. Yes. And also us. So like there's bigger national security implications to us selling our oil and gas to Europe as well. Is right now most of where Europe gets their oil and gas from is Russia. So if they can get it from us instead of the country they're currently at war with, don't you think they'll pick us? That also weakens Russia in the middle of them trying to A, continue their attacks on Ukraine, potentially threaten our sovereignty in the Arctic, interfering with elections here and in the US. If we make some deal with the natives to get a percentage of the oil that flows through their lands, that might help. Yeah, like actually having a nation-to-nation agreement with the indigenous folks. Yeah, I will say I believe that in the Liberal platform was some nation-to-nation, like actual like good stuff, but like, you know, I'll believe it when I see it. But like, yeah, not bulldozing, but I think like genuinely being like, you know, yeah, minimizing risk of spills. I think if they genuinely were just like, you know, pipeline's gonna go here, and where makes the most sense to you, or put it on the edge of lands between theirs and ours. I think, you know, not always expecting pipelines to go through their lands, and when it does make sense to go through ours, not just letting people NIMBY it. I think we have a real opportunity while people have this solidarity against Trump to like get people to cooperate and allow for some pipelines to be built in their neighborhoods. Again, if you can make sure that there's lower risk of spills. Obviously you can't fully eliminate that because shit happens, but maybe having backup systems that catch if there's a leak. First world nation, as long as we don't sell bidding to the lowest builder, it shouldn't be as big of an environmental risk. Yeah, like there are things that we can do, and we should be doing them. And again, I appreciate that Carney is actually answering the fucking questions.
We be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no,
just say
it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know,
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point fast?
This is what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
We have Moïse and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The building.
Carney's point here is, yes, you have your process, but what the federal government can do is not have a second process. It's just have the federal process be, if the provincial process is more restrictive than ours, go with theirs. So that things aren't, you don't have to do it a billion times. We considered that cooperation is a thing. Yeah. Get it? That, the bloc leader is trying to, forgive me that I don't know his name. It keeps slipping out of my brain because I don't live in Quebec, so it's not important. But, like, he's just, like, not, like, his point is to protect Quebecois. He's trying so hard. He's trying. But, like, all he has to do is show to the Quebecois that he's standing for the interests of Quebec, and that he is doing his job here by making sure Carney is clear about committing to respecting the Quebec process. So to us, not Quebec, this is silly. Yeah, exactly, Kat. But to the people in Quebec, he is doing what they need him to do here, though, is to advocate for their issues. Even though it's, like, aggressive, at the very least, and I wish he would do it in, like, a less aggressive, shitty-ass way, and if he just went, hey, you want a single process, but Quebec has our own processes, are you cooperating with ours, or are you intending to override? And can you commit to the people of Quebec that you are not overriding our processes? Like, there are ways to do it that are less aggressive, but considering, other than Carney, it's been attack politics for a decade, I don't blame him for this is the tack that he's taking, right?
Of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years.
Agreed.
Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more, and somebody of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs.
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually, we
Sounds like-
actually need to get things
that makes
done.
sense.
We need a change. And
Every time they does that. You're way more afraid than I do. Yeah, I'm like, won't be president anymore. I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't know, man. But every fucking time Singh does that, I'm like, stop interrupting. But also, like, if the only interruptions that happen were Singh going like, I don't understand why you keep saying that. When did the Liberals block pipelines? Like, they haven't. Like, there were, like, a few that they didn't buy, but, like, not buying one is not blocking one. You know who blocked it? BC did, because they didn't want a leaky-ass pipeline coming from Alberta through their fucking delicate water systems. That's what happened.
our conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also
said no to
hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we were talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that is
will
our
give us
time in this
strength to the
segment.
US.
That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time.
We've
And
got
I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the doubled prestigious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000.
Sorry, what? You buy an average house for $500,000 and you're saying that was affordable? First of all, no. Certainly not anywhere in Ontario. How long each person got to talk? Yeah. I will say Carney talking more than the other people does make sense because everyone keeps asking him questions. But yeah, 10 years ago, like at the start of the Liberals, first of all, no, housing prices went up under Harper. Secondly, 10 years ago, 2015, no, the housing crisis was already bad. The housing crisis has been bad since like the late 90s. And then it accelerated in 2008, obviously.
But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7.
Incorrect. I mean, yes, our housing crisis has risen worse than everywhere else because we have a very unique situation. I know that I barely lived there at the time.
And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a
in Toronto, if you want a home for close to $1 million, it's probably condemned. Or tiny. Or both. Yeah. In my hometown, in like 2021 or 2022, a small wartime house, like bungalow, like a 1940s tiny little bungalow that a little old lady lived in, sold for $500,000 in my hometown. It did depend on where you were. That doesn't make sense. But like average being like, I don't know. Him trying to say that housing prices were good 10 years ago is confusing me.
Fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs, we need a change. And our conservative plan for change will.
I mean, most of the Canadian population lives in Toronto.
Federal sales tax
and Vancouver, yeah.
2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes.
Yeah.
And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
And then what? Yeah.
I appreciate the I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying,
yeah, the thing is, like, training tradespeople, excellent. What protections are they gonna have? Also, that's legitimately what some of the immigration that he's fighting was supposed to be doing, was bringing in contractors and tradespeople and stuff. And also, there's a delay on that. Like, people can't become trades professionals in a year. But you can't be certified to do that fast. Job creation, yeah. And, like, but a lot of he's not going over how he plans to use tax pressure to force municipalities to build homes, and take funding away from any municipalities who block specific housing stuff. But that doesn't take into account that, like, hey, those are not lasting jobs. But also, like, some municipalities will have reasons to not allow certain kinds of development. Like, here in Toronto, us losing federal funding because we're not allowing housing development in the Greenbelt is absurd. Or there'll be municipalities that do not allow housing developments in certain areas because those are delicate wetlands, or there's waterways or whatever that they need to protect, right? Having federal funding being dependent on accepting any housing development, and again, these are for profit because the Conservatives aren't doing federal anything. They're just cutting taxes and hoping the private market fixes it, because the private market's been doing such a bang-up job in the lost Liberal decade or whatever the fuck.
I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that, can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable.
Agreed.
We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations ripping you off.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you.
Sure, yes. This is a good point. We could put in price caps on things like bread, especially after the fucking bread price fixing scandal. For those who don't know, Loblaws and a bunch of other groceries colluded together to increase the price of bread so they could make more profit. Yep. I got a $20 gift certificate out of that. Both of them, yeah. Both of the companies that sell us groceries. The two of them in a trench coat. I just dislocated my hip. We're good. Yeah, like, that's a good idea. Stopping corporate people, like corporate landlords, from buying up like swaths of housing. Yeah. You don't even need to buy bread. You can just make it at home. Dolly, please. No, that is not a solution to.
About old age security?
Yeah. The problem is, you'd still have to buy flour and yeast and have a bread maker and, like, Dolly, I need you to know the hip is okay. Yeah, it's fine. It popped, but it's fine. I need you to know, one of the first apartments I lived in the city, I make it in the oven. Cool. So the first apartment I lived in alone in the city, I didn't have an oven. I didn't have a stove. I didn't have windows. Really. I had a window that was this big and it was blocked by plants, so I didn't have any sunlight in my apartment. I had a hot plate, which is basically two heating elements that look like the stovetop, like a little thing on a counter, and I had a toaster oven. You cannot bake bread in a toaster oven. Toaster ovens are like this, they're tiny. It's systematically fucked. Yeah, like, it isn't just bread. Yeah, like, I couldn't cook anything. I could make pasta. I also had a George Foreman grill so that I could make meat. They underway a lot of food too. Yeah. And the thing is, like, the bread price fixing, sure, that would fix bread, but right now it's not just bread they're price fixing. They're price fixing everything. They started doing it under COVID by saying it was supply chain issues, and the prices never went back down. So much shrinkflation. Yeah, there'll be times where, like, things are underweighed. Every home should have an oven. I lived in a basement apartment. I didn't have an oven. I was also like illegally cold in there. In Canada, it has to be 17 degrees Celsius or higher to be counted as a livable legal home. Mine was like 12 degrees and I was freezing. I was sick all the time. Yeah, we have monopolies. Yeah. I've lived in some really fucked up apartments. It's 21 now. Good. 17. So my landlord used to set the thermostat at 17 in the summer upstairs. So in the basement, it was 12 degrees. And I used to sleep in like a hat and mitts and scarf and shit and socks. And I was still cold. And it killed my pet fish. Not joking. She killed my fish. But yeah, like, not everyone has ovens. That's not right. Yeah, well, welcome to Canada has problems, my dude, especially in Toronto. Lots of dorms. Yeah, like living in university. You don't have. I mean, I didn't even have a microwave or a hot plate when I lived in university. I had a mini fridge in my room, and I think we had a microwave in the shared like dining room, but you couldn't cook. You couldn't cook there. We got a meal plan that we had to pay for, so we bought stuff from like the restaurants on campus, but like I couldn't cook anything. And then on top of that, if there's certain amounts of like certain jobs, like I remember Salt used to work 2 full-time jobs and didn't have time to cook because not only didn't have time to go to the grocery store to get stuff, didn't have time to cook, didn't have time to clean, because it's like 3 times as much as just going to a restaurant and buying something, because he was working like 80 hours a week. Still so naive. Yeah, like some of the realities of being in your 30s is like ridiculous. Oh my god, that's scary, Vampy. I'm sorry. Baking bread is dope. It doesn't fix it. 90% of the grocery stores in my vicinity are owned by the same company. Yeah, and they price fix everything. Like they do eggs, milk. No, I think milk is actually like federally controlled pricing, but like, yeah, they price fix on fucking everything. I used to use PC brand cookie dough. So I decided that meat is no longer affordable. Yeah. I used to use PC brand cookie dough and I had to stop using it because they substituted they adjusted the recipe and it's like 90% flour now. It tastes like ass. So now I use Pillsbury, even though it's American, because and it's on like BDS or whatever, but like I literally can't, I'll die. My diet is so fucking restricted. Like, I can't. If I couldn't have meat, I'd starve. Yeah, meat here is fucking expensive sometimes. It's not too bad if you can get it from like butcher or like a farmer's market, but like in cities it can be a bit. Necessities should be federally protected. Yes, which is what Singh was saying, and I fully agree with him.
Which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created a discrimination against elders which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that.
I'm just going to skip through him because he's talking about
from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I
Yeah,
entered
agreed,
this,
Kat.
this contest, because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis to help fix it. And I would look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay? I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular, prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open.
Yeah, and what Carney's housing plan includes building, having the federal government basically be your landlord. So it's nonprofit, and they can make sure that developers leave the housing as affordable for whatever. Yeah, exactly, Kat. Yeah, our the amount of people utilizing food banks is ridiculous. Like the lines I see, like my doctor's office is in a very poor neighborhood, and the lines have gotten longer and longer and longer since I started going there. But yeah, yeah. But having nonprofit federal development of first-time housing, having first-time home buyers have taxes waived, like a lot of this will be really, really, really big. I'm so in love with the Liberal housing plan because it's extremely socially progressive. But it doesn't seem like it is because it's exactly what we did in the 1950s, the 1940s and 50s. And we're doing until the 90s, and when we stopped, that's when the housing crisis started. Surprise, surprise.
Forum here, and Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone,
I'm interested in
giving them relief
Singh's response to this, actually.
is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
That's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government, while Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And now here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes. And they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home. Incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan.
Yeah, selling land rather than
you to.
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in
an impersonation of them with the same policies tonight.
Very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. focus is on results.
you his
And so
economic
how
advisor?
to drive results in the housing market, you've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers, $25 billion on the table for those housing developers, $10 billion for deeply affordable homes, cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Monsieur
Exactly what
Blanchet
Trudeau
and then Mr.
promised.
Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager.
Elected by nobody, but he was elected by the Liberals, and we elected the Liberals. Like, that's how our system works. Shut the fuck up.
Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or
Yeah, that's
Cayman
the
Islands?
Quebecois accent.
You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford. Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. And during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
So for fact checking here, 6 is wrong. 200,000 is also wrong. 6 is how many affordable houses that got built under Pierre, under when he was the minister that was the closest equivalent to housing minister at the time. 200,000 was the number of houses built in the country total. It had nothing to do with federal funding or whatever. So they're both not telling the truth here. So I'm just going to skip through.
He's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
the Toronto
6 right
Star,
here.
the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6
on that.
homes, and
I
that's
appreciate
It wasn't
that.
6.
Great.
The year
cannot be 6.
I
Mr.
was
Singh?
built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000, and that's
I just don't listen to him lying
making
anymore.
tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will
doubled under you
ultimately
as well.
continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities.
Certainly
and
don't
that
need
means
conservatives.
axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build.
I think-
Mr.
Mr. Carney,
Carney,
can I pick up-
you are on housing. We need
Can
a
I-
change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The 6 are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah.
I think I'm kind of done. Pay-per-view Jagmeet versus Pierre with funds going towards affordable housing. Yeah. I think I'm done going through the leadership debate now because, like, they're really not going over anything that's not, like, covered in their policies. I only got like 30 minutes in, and I'm like, I'm done. Because the only one answering questions is Cardi, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting listening to the rest of them just like yap about nothing. So I think I'll be nice and I'll leave in 40 minutes. I want to see Azura get into the character creator in Oblivion. Yes, I think it's Oblivion time. I think it's time. So let's get that going. Elder Scrolls. Grab my controller. Also, Steph, if you could get me some more water and some lunch, please. That would be great. Oblivion time. Okay. I can hand that to you. I'm trying to see if that's on camera. Here you go. Thank you. Why aren't you launching? My computer's angry. One second. My computer is so mad. Okay, we're building shaders. Angie PC, yeah. Edmund or Ambrose? Yeah, those both work. Oh, my computer fan is screaming. Yeah, it's preloading shaders. I'm just gonna quickly look at some system settings to see what the fuck is going up. Yeah, Oblivion is using all of my CPU. I don't know if I have enough CPU for this. Okay, 1 second. John slept with a KGB plant and his entourage to compromise him. That's literally incredible. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna close Discord. Try and save some memory. I'm just basically closing shit, is what I'm doing. Quit Discord? And Quitting Opera. That helped a little bit. Also, OBS is using quite a bit of CPU. Okay. So much fan art? Hell yeah. Okay. I'm just closing everything that isn't Oblivion real quick. First time loading, so it'll be the longest? Yes. I'm also trying to just, like, make sure that my CPU is not, like, fucking... My CPU is losing its mind a little bit. Yeah, still compiling shaders. I'm also gonna open the window because it's hot as fuck in here. Probably because my computer is screaming at me. Oh, of course someone's running a fucking lawnmower right now. It's so hot. Okay. There we go. Who has any grass to cut? Literally nobody. It's my neighborhood's the worst. It's April. I know. Our grass is like this long. I don't understand it. Okay, let me open Task Manager again. I don't know why it's using so much fucking memory. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I agree, Pint. The game is not optimized at all. I am unsurprised. Bethesda optimization, probably, yeah. It is large. Give it a few months for modders to fix it, yeah. I mean, like, this is where we're at. Also, while I'm at it, I'm just going to update the stream information to... Yeah. Update stream info while I'm remembering. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Oh, it probably will. It's using like 100% of my CPU most of the time. And almost all of my RAM. Yeah, I'm at 83% memory, 80% CPU, 88, 85, 69. Okay, as it's going, it's using less CPU. It's using 83% of my RAM, though. Part of that is because OBS is using, like, a decent chunk, too. Like, OBS is using, like, 20% of my CPU. And then Oblivion's using, like, 50 to 60. 69, nice, yeah. Like, 2 on a calculator. Yeah, so it's... My computer is just being able to handle this. And my computer fans are screaming. Though I do feel like the CPU usage will drop off once the, Once the, shader preloading fucking calms down. Because then it won't be using, my RAM, it'll be loaded, so we'll see. We're getting there. Again, I should be doing this shit before stream starts, and I never remember to, but that's also because I stream at noon and I wake up at 11, so... I reminded you this time? You did. But I slept in. I did download it ahead of time, though. Because if I hadn't, we wouldn't be playing it right now. I will say, this is not a game that's designed to run on a laptop at all. Certainly not while streaming. I also think it's really funny that, my Steam yelled at me that I don't have enough RAM for this. And I was like, I know. You're being a problem to the room department at Sinai. Yeah, EDS mood. What? Where'd you go? Oh, here we are. Did you... Oh. Well, move over. Okay, 1 second. To make it brighter than normal, because I have lights in my face. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in normal difficulty, like right in the middle. I don't know why it has 5 difficulty settings, but that's fine. I'll just do standard, because I've played this game before. Cool, Bethesda. Shush. Very pretty. Very pretty. Can I... Yep. Yep, I'll agree to the license agreement. That's fine. Jesus, there's a lot happening right now. Options. Okay, can you move over there now? Thank you. You saw me for 5 whole minutes a year ago and told me I didn't have arthritis and we're done, and thought I was gonna be normal about it. Fools. That's funny. Okay. Okay. Take off. Frame. Uncapped? Why would I want it uncapped? Are you kidding me? Yeah, that'd be off. Only level. No. Detect now. It's just gonna be like, oh, it thinks I can handle medium. Okay. Let's go with that then. Audio. Yeah, we'll just leave everything default for now. Yeah, it isn't sure what's happening. It thinks everything is... oh, controller movement. There we go. some of this stuff might require quick save and quick load. Yeah, what's that on keyboard? Yeah, I won't have shortcuts and stuff. Quick save and quick load. Is F5 and F9? Okay. Sure. Visual settings, yeah. You might still need to lower stuff since you're running OBS. Yeah, it seems to be detecting that I'm using OBS though. We'll see. If it's still screaming at me, then I'll turn things down more. It's got 5. Autosave during loading, yes. On fast travel, yes. Just autosave constantly. So maybe put this medium. Yeah. So I can... I don't want to invert. Aim assist. Let's do yes, just because I'm disabled. Oh yeah, I want head bobbing off, because that makes me nauseous. Okay, apply changes. Turn to main menu. Okay, cool. Available now, deluxe upgrade. I did not purchase that, because I do not think that's necessary. If I had a nickel for every time I'd accidentally had a clone, I'd have 2 nickels, which is not much, but... Accidentally had a clone of what? What do you mean? What does that mean? Anyway, game time. Start a new game.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been ruler of my own dreams.
Learn to lose a dream. Skill issue.
I have seen the gates of Oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold,
I have missed context.
in darkness, a doom sweeps the land.
Oh, Doom can run on Oblivion? Oh my god, this looks so fucking good. Oh my god, you have no idea how ass this looked in 2006. Oh, it's so pretty.
This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
It's so pretty. New weird faces, yes. Also, Patrick Stewart was in the original, and you best believe I had no idea what this was. I didn't know what Elder Scrolls was. I was 15. I started the game up, and I heard Patrick Stewart and lost my goddamn mind the first time. It was so fucking good. And they kept a bunch of the jank, by the way. I've seen a little bit of gameplay. Not a lot, but I saw like one glitch compilation a little bit. Game sound could come down? Yeah, I can do that. After the cutscene, because it won't let me pause. And I don't want to fuck with the OBS settings. So, is OBS calmed down? Or is, oh yeah, no, it's still using all of my memory. Between Oblivion and OBS, it's using all of my memory. The CPU is chilled out, though. The RAM is struggling, the rest of it is fine. So. Okay, well, right now, everything's not super loud, so I'm gonna... So. Oh, the CRA, gotcha. So. Chat. We have 2 options for what I want to do with my character, because I already know, the class that I'm going to be playing. Normally when I play Oblivion, when I played the OG, I used to do custom classes. I'm not doing that just because I don't know how the system works now. The leveling is very different. right? So normally I do custom classes. I'm agreed point. Clones that you can't fuck, what's the fucking point? So normally I do custom classes. We're not doing that. We're playing a Nightblade, which is basically, it's similar to Spell Sword. Nightblade is sneaky stealth magic. I don't want to do the stealth classes that do ranged, because trying to do ranged on a bow, like a ranged bow on a controller, is like a pain in the ass, and I can't fucking see well enough for that. I like doing daggers, destruction magic, conjuration. That's kind of what I want to go for. My vote is on Dunmer or Khajiit. See, that's what I was gonna say. That's the two I was split on. Khajiit or Dunmer. Do we want Dark Elf, or do we want a Khajiit? I don't know the Elder Scrolls classes. Yeah, they're a little complicated. And there's like, Elder Scrolls has probably like 20 classes, because there's like Thief, Assassin, Ranger, there's like, do you have any wares? Yeah. There's basically, there's 3 different class categories. There's magic, combat, and stealth. And then there's like 5 under each, roughly. So I think there's like 15 to 20. It's 5 or 6. Kibi, Arcane Trickster, basically. Yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking either we do Dark Elf and I make me, because I always played Khajiit or Dark Elf anyway, mostly Dark Elf. Dark Elf is basically, you know, I could make me in game, because I'm named Azura. What do you think? So, Arcane Trickster, if very simplified, yeah. I did not say listen to me, but I am personally Dark Elf biased, yes. And then we could do Khajiit, and I could make Hellcat, the, like, whatever's in the back, yeah. So I could do Khajiit and try and make, like, the white cat of, like, my emotes and stuff. Also, kinky. I'm basically 50-50. Kind of feel Dunmer. Alright, cool. We can do Dunmer. All my BG3 saves with Drow. Just my 14 dust weight. Because just returning to the world. Yeah. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do a, like a legit playthrough as a Dunmer, and then we can do a Mimi playthrough as a Khajiit. So, Dark Elf. Kept him a cat 14, yeah. True child of Ardenfell amongst the volcanic wasteland, you're taught that resilience is a graceful Dunmer quality. Strangers, you learn dollars about negotiations to make people react the way you need them to. Yeah, I might go Vardenfell. This just affects your stats, but like, I think it's either one you get better strength and one you get better something else. Do airplane ears and scared? Just yeah. So body. I do want AFAB, I think. Do I want AFAB or AMAB? Because, like, I'm partial to the pretty face, but also I don't have tits. Yeah, maybe we go mask, just because I've never played a masked character in this before. They let you make a twink. They don't let you change body type much, because it is basically a reskin of the old one. It's not like a full remake, it's a remaster. I mean, aiming at male female for 10 minutes for being taken down is really funny. Yeah, like this is all you get for body is like, you get skin tone and stuff. Fair, but also annoying. Yeah. No, I get you. This is still a lot more than you used to get. But that's so funny. Base Nexus. I love how they're still ugly as fuck. They're just less ugly as fuck. Oh, this is kind of a Twinkie face. Let's go with the Twinkie face. And then I'll adjust it from there. Any mods for bot halfling? Yeah. Gonna make you younger. Make you pale as shit. Yeah, I'm gonna make you pale as shit. Because I'm trying to basically make me. I'm so pouty, yeah. Trying to see what the fuck is changing. Okay. It is so hard to see what actually is moving. Okay. Cheeks. Oh yeah, I have fuller cheeks. Bones. I think the cheekbones are... There we go. That's kind of looking like my face. We're getting there. Do I have rounder cheeks than that? We're like there. No, I have very full cheeks. Shit. I think that's pretty close to my chin, actually. I might just leave that. Eyes. Oh, I have fucking massive eyeballs. So we're gonna make those huge shit. So I have stupidly large eyes. Yeah, we're basically just making me as a dark elf. It's also really interesting for me to like sit here and be like, this is me shoving sliders around trying to make my face. White hair, yeah, we'll get to that. You did get all the eyeballs, yeah. I don't even know if I grew into my eyeballs or what the fuck. Okay. I guess my eyes are kind of like right in the middle of my face. Yeah, I have a little bit of a tilt to my eyes. Yeah, they're like roughly there. I will say, this is like legitimately really funny to be like, brow nose chin? What? Oh, I make my nose longer. Yeah, I have a pretty long nose. What is this changing? What is this changing? I cannot tell. I literally can't tell. So I'm just gonna shove that in the middle because I can't tell what it's doing. Face heavy or light? Oh, yeah, no, I have a very light, delicate ass face. Very strong and soft face, yeah. Yeah. Forehead. Do I have a fucking 5 head? I think I have a normal ass forehead. Why I end up making AFAB characters in RPGs? Yeah. I don't have that much of a 5. No, I really don't. Yeah. I don't think my brow ridge is this heavy, though, so I don't know how to fix that. Brow. But it's not. No, my brows are flat. Like, my face is very flat. Also, my nose bridge isn't like that. But I think nose I can fix here. Down or up? Oh, my nose is pointed down. Flat or pointed? Oh yeah, my nose is very flat. Yeah. It's like extremely flat. Sticks out. There we go. The thing is, I have a bigger nose than that. Oh, there we go. Shallow. Nope. Other way. Go the other way. I have basically no... yeah, there we go. Straight as fuck nose. I have a fucking straight-ass nose. Bridge. Yeah. That's starting to look like my nose. Lips being lower would help? Yeah. The thing is, I definitely have a girl face, but I have a very masculine body. With the nose, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to get this part. And also, my lips are not far off. They're a little lower, but... Nostrils. Questions how you really look, yeah. What's this? Oh, yeah. Fine. Whatever that is fucking... Yeah, I think now my nose is a weird... the actual nose part. There we go. That looks more like my nose. Not that much. That. Yeah. Okay, my nose is like very straight. So long as you try to make yourself in game, yeah. I don't know what that's doing. Why? It's also weird because I essentially just have like it's just square. You with a mohawk would look cool. Yeah, I don't think I can. My hair might not do that. Oh, I see. That's making your nose like. I see. My nose is like straight. There we go. Mouth. Yeah, no, I have like very. I just made myself sad. I have resting bitch face, but it's not that bad. Nostrils are smaller, little bit. It's also hard to tell in this lighting, but I'm pretty close. Lower. Yeah, there we go. Gotta figure out what the fuck I'm changing. I know more than your face, yeah, a little bit. Oh yeah, no, that's like kind of real. Yeah, it's starting to look like a masked version of me. You're telling the lips, yeah. Autism face, yeah, I have like resting tism face. There we go. I have very thin lips. I'm fully aware. Squinting at the sun, thinking about groceries when my roommate is concerned because I'm staring in his direction, looking vaguely enraged. Lol. Yeah. Honestly, this is not far off my face. The stare or the edible just hit, yeah. Oh, that's like up. We're like there. It's like weirdly looks like me. It's really weird. Like my jaw doesn't like go down quite that much. It's a little bit more round, but considering I've got AMAP jaw shit going on. I love lunch. Very sharp jaw this character has. Yeah, I'm trying to soften it a little bit, because, like... Well, that's changing too much in the chin. Yeah, my brows aren't that heavy. Maybe that's like a forehead thing. Bring it forward more, it'll... Oh, there we go. That kind of fixes the brow situation a little bit. Though my brows are still somehow sticking out from my face. That kind of fixes it. So that's kind of what I look like, yeah? It's just dumber, I guess, yeah. And also it's an AMAP thing. Like, testosterone can give you, like, a little heavier of a brow. Might be a dumber thing. Yeah, but I've minimized it as much as I can. And the jawline is a little bit less round than mine, but I don't think I can super fix that. Nose, you said the nostrils should be smaller. Makeup, yeah. Hair also have to probably, yeah. So, like, honestly, that looks very close to me. I obviously don't have wrinkles, but still feel insane looking at this. It exists, yeah. So tone. So eyes. No. Where's the most stupid blue eyes have ever existed? Oh, these are wild. Oh, here we are. Oh. Those are my eyes. So pretty, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's, other than I gave myself cat's eye pupils because I could. I do actually think that's pretty close to what my eyes look like in real life. It's hard to say. They might be a little darker. Yeah. I think they're that. Your eyes are pretty stark, I think. Brows less much, yeah. Silvery blue, yeah. It really depends on the lighting too, but yeah, I think that's accurate. Skin. Let's go. We go white or just like a really pale blue. Like a face vampire, don't trust me. Well, I mean, I look at... And people go like a light blue for elf reasons. I do look at my own face a stupid amount of time. It's eyelids, pale or red. We'll go pale. I don't have a lot of warmth in my sockets, bright or bruised. I do have like pretty dark. Cheek blush, light. I pretty much don't use any. Freckles, I have very little. I have a little bit of sunspots, but I don't really freckle. Cheekbones. Paler flushed. Paler. Yeah, that seems accurate. Makeup! Lipstick! Black! And... so we can either go black... black and sheer, maybe? Or we could do... my lips in real life are, like, purple. Maybe we'll go purple. Be sheer. Bad at face computation. Not to the point where I can ID people, but when I'm not looking at someone, I'm more of clusters with disjointed features in my face. Yeah. Legitimately, like, I couldn't describe what someone looks like. Eyeshadow color. We're going black on that. Oh, yeah. That's looking like me. Do we want purple lips, or do we want, black? I think purple, because that's, like, the closest to, like, what my actual lip color is. But, like, I really think that looks like me. Purple? Yeah. Okay, so now we want... hair. Cool. Hair... we want long. Yeah, I have that. Ooh, length. Let's go... maximum length, because I have ultra long hair. So this works... ooh, Widow's Peak. That's kind of my hair. I could do that with my hair. Have fun, Steph. Oh, we got some textured hair. My hair's not quite that wavy. I don't want that. I don't want the fucking elf spikes. That's really pretty with the braid. See, that's got the Widow's Peak and pulled back. Bye, Steffi. That doesn't. So, do we want this one with the Widow's Peak and pulled back? Or do we want this one that's, like, more down? Such flow and poof. And your hair is so beautiful. Thank you! What do we think? The first one? The, like, pulled back one? This one. Makes sense. I'm sneaking and shit. Pulled back. Cool. Color. Root color. Let's go... tip color. White. Maybe there, so it looks a little less natural. Gradient contrast. Oh, I want it to be, like, deeply contrasted. Gradient amount. Salt and pepper. Ooh. Gotta see ears. True. Say white silver? Yeah. looks pretty close to my actual real life hair color. It's like, it's a white blonde, but there's like a little bit of, not pure white. Eyebrows. What the fuck color do I want my eyebrows to be? That works. They're blondish. Yeah, I tend to fill in my eyebrows like a darker. Like my eyebrows are like, they're not paler than my face. So I think that works because they're like a little ashy. And facial hair, none, because I don't have facial hair. I have overview. Skill with both sword and bow, resistant to fire, aided by ancestral ghost, improved endurance. They're like blonde-ish, yeah. They look dark. They look dark though compared to my actual, because this is white, so blonde looks. That's why my roots look dark. Because like I'm naturally blonde, but it makes the contrast between white and even like a light blonde looks dramatic. Actually, go back to hair. I might want to just tone that down a little bit. Yeah, I might switch them just because like the front of my hair tends to tone more than pull that back a lot more so my hair is like whiter. Yeah, I think that looks better. That looks better. Would you grow until you braid it? No, I fucking hate. I would, if I could grow facial hair, I would shave it. I don't want facial hair. Character name. What? So what are we gonna name me? Because like, Azura might be confusing. Hate it so much, yeah. I can grow mutton chops, but I plucked them off. Hellcat also might be confusing because we might save that for the Khajiit. Azure, yeah, it might be a little confusing. Maybe with Rose, yeah, Rose maybe. I think I have to do this on the keyboard. So this is my stats right now. So I've got speed, I've got low personality and low willpower, which is not true of me in real life. Skills. Speechcraft is +5, sneak is +5, security is +5, mercantile is +5, marksman's 10, light armor's 10, acrobatics is 5, restoration's 5, mysticism 10, destruction's 15, blade's 15. My luck's pretty deep. Like everything's pretty decent. Got willpower and personality. Did you DM me the Discord link? Right, because you're subbed. Can do. Okay, so we're Dark Elf.
Hey there. You, kinsman. I haven't seen another Dunmer in here, and I don't know how long. Where you from, huh? Vardenfell? You got a wife back home? Tell you what, I'm getting out of here in a couple of weeks. When I get back to Morrowind, I'll look her up. She must be so lonely. Don't you worry, eh? I'll take care of her long after you're dead. Oh, that's right. You're going to die in here. Hey, you hear that? The guards are coming. For you.
Boris, lock that door behind us.
Yes, sir. My sons, they're dead, aren't they?
We don't know that, sire. The messenger only said they were attacked.
No, they're dead.
Hi, Patrick Stewart. Oh, yeah.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
If you play as a Dunmer, like a female Dunmer, he fully, like, sexually harasses you. That's really funny. Right, so you wanted me to... Oh my god. I don't need help with any of this. Turn down the game music, yeah.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open.
Yeah, I think I got a main menu to change the... Or no, there it is. There it is. Okay. Audio. I might turn it up overall so that the voices are louder. And then turn down the,
Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
All right.
You, prisoner, stand aside. Over by the window. Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt. Prisoner, stand away from the door. Over by the window now.
I'm working on it, buddy.
No sign of pursuit, sir. Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
You. I've seen you.
Hi, Emperor.
Let me see your face. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. And this is the day. God
see me in your dreams, huh?
Strength.
This is Emperor Uriel Septim. He's great. Are we your dream man? Yes, I am the dream man of the Emperor. He sees me in his wet dreams. Because I'm very pretty. Oh my god, my legs. Yeah, we're gonna ask him what the fuck's going on.
Attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
It's really funny that he's, telling me all of this shit. He's like, yeah, no, assassins killed the Emperor's sons. Random person who's in prison. Why am I in jail?
The gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter. That is not what you will be remembered for.
Good, because I also don't remember.
I am your emperor, Uriel Septim. By the grace of the gods, I serve Tamriel as her ruler. You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
Okay.
You will find your own path. Take care. There will be blood and death before the end.
Please, sire, we must keep moving. Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
Don't try anything.
Looks like this is your lucky day. Just stay out of our way.
Okay. Whee! I love some chains. I love some shackles. I gotta jump. I can jump. It's... Ah. Oh, my acrobatics increased.
Keep quiet and stay out of the way. I told you to keep...
Okay. Well. Boris? Boris? Boris, you're annoying.
This doesn't
Close up
concern
left.
you, prisoner.
Protect the Emperor.
I'm not doing anything!
Yourself.
Hurry and strike.
The captain's down.
Okay. I'm not gonna punch the Emperor. I'll do that when I'm with the Jeep, because that'll be funnier.
Are you all right, sire? We're clear for now.
Captain Reno?
She's dead. Sorry, sire, but we have to keep moving.
There's trouble ahead. Here you must find your own path, but we will cross paths again before the end. I'm sure of it.
How could they be waiting for us here?
Don't know, but it's too late to go back now. Don't worry, sire. We will get you out of here.
They won't be the first to underestimate the
shackles on.
blades. I'll take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow us.
What? Get fucked, rat! Oh, there's another rat. Get fucked! Oh, get fucked! Get fucked, rat. I don't know what I took. Oh, it's rat meat. Because, you know. Fatigue is low. You may not be able to... Okay.
Wah!
We're gonna be staggered or knocked down? That's not normal. That's new. This is a great simulation of Toronto housing, yeah. This is the path? We're in the path right now. Look at me. I've got chains. Skills. Weapons. I have sackcloth pants. Rat meat. Heal minor wounds. That'll be good, because I need that. Clairvoyance, I don't know what that does. Ancestor Guardian, only use once a day. Oh, Bruno's body, cool. Gave up free bondage gear, yeah. Bye, Annie, I love you. Actually. Oh, that goes there. The, heal, Terrorance, okay. Map. So I'm here. I love that I know that. How do I... Zoom out. I'm in Tamriel. Hey! Morrowind, that's where my character's from, because I'm a dark elf. Sweet. Quest. Tutorial. Sick. I gotta go to her body. Where the fuck did she die? That's the rats. Can I pick up the rats? No. I can set them on fire. Okay. My health is full. On a short sword torch. Okay. Well, I don't need the torch because I think I have night vision. Cool, got it. I love how I'm like fucking around because I like kind of know what's going on. Inventory. Here. Mythic Dawn robe. Let's go. Nakey! I'm nakey! I'm just running around in pajamas and a hood. Bro, we have a katana? Yeah, we do. I'm in cultist robes. Okay. I don't think they do anything. They just weigh. Yeah, I can like... Oh yeah, I can go first person mode. Or third person mode. Look at me! I'm hot! Buckethead. Yeah. Let's sneak. Jump. Ready my weapon. Ooh, I pressed it again and I zoom out more. I'm in shorts! Okay, there we go. Need a key? Did I not pick up her key? Do I have the key? Where's the key? I took everything from her. The frick? Oh, let's go this way. Gold and a war axe. Cool. I don't have any training with war axes. Body temperature, see, otherwise, yeah. I mean, I am a little warm, but... Give me your rat meat! Beaky beaky time. Bell, go away. What did Bell do? I mean, what don't they do? Club, lockpick, torch. Okay, the lockpick's helpful. The fun thing is I do remember this. Some of this is definitely different, though. Like... You four-legged scum, yeah. Let's scroll. Guarantee lockpick. Potion of sorcery. With your Oblivion commercial, that's really funny. Yeah, this is an Oblivion commercial. Yeah, open the door with a key. Yeah, because I have a key. Because I'm an idiot. I'm a genius. I'm not an idiot. I'm a genius. Very smart. Very skilled at things. I don't know what that tutorial said. I think it was telling me to do clairvoyance. Can't remember how to cast spells. Oh, does that just tell me where to go? Yeah, it's just telling me where to go. That's fine. I know where to go. I've done this before. Ooh. Got more lockpicks, bows, armor, which I'm not skilled in. I don't want to use a bow. Seen this play before? Yeah, I've played this game before. Ow! The lack of ability to sneak down here is really annoying. Oh, I can sneak attack. It's not rolling well, I guess. Zombie. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah. I don't like using a bow on a control. Like, ranged stuff on a controller is not the most fun. My, sneak skill just isn't high enough, so, like, they keep spotting me anyway. I double damaged because I, sneaky. Aw, man. Oh, okay. What? Fuck. This is hard. Oh, the amount of it wants you to, like... There we go. Got it. I got 4 more lockpicks, so that was actually a net positive for me. Ah, get fucked. What? Get fucked. Give me your meat. Plucked him out of the sky. Let's go. Where's... that's where it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, the lockpicking minigame is just lockpicking. The lockpicking minigame is very... It's the same as it used to be, it's just, like, a little more sensitive. In the timing. Or maybe I'm just bad at it because I'm 34 and not 15. Oh yeah, no, I don't know how to lockpick in real life. Like, I have a basic concept of how it works, but also a lot of, like, simple, like, consumer locks, you can just rake the fuck out of them and they'll just open. I did used to know how to open the doors in my high school with a credit card, though. A friend of mine taught me how to do that. A beard! Very Canadian of me. I wonder I'm not encumbered yet. So thankful, yeah. I know I can shortcut stuff. I've done that already. I probably won't be doing a lot of alchemy, but... Ooh, skulls. These are fun. I go to a ball and a club, much safer. I mean, it would depend, I guess. I've been to balls and clubs, and it really depends on, like, what club it is. I find queer clubs are, like, a lot safer than, like, straight clubs. Balls, the safety kind of depends on... I mean, they're not usually, like, super unsafe, but I've definitely had times where, like, it's not been... Cheese wheel! Let's go! I've been bullied at balls before. I'm over encumbered. Well, I don't care. Oh, it's because I've been running while sleeping. It's because, like, a lot of those places are, like, super elitist and classist sometimes. Get dead. It turns when it's open. I know I'm over encumbered. I can sit. Pestle. This. Yeah, I can, like, make potions and stuff. Yeah, the more over encumbered I get, the slower I am. Just real fun. I mean, the first thing I'm doing when I get to the city is I'm selling a bunch of shit, so... Oh, no, I know for sure. Dolly. It's... I mean, they're not all like that. It's, like, very rare, but, like, it... Get dead. Oh, I'm super over-encumbered. There's gonna be a point where I can't walk anymore. Look how slow I am. This is me running. I know I'm over-encumbered. Darling, yeah, that's fine. Being over-encumbered doesn't really super matter much right now, because I'm not... That Utonic, yeah. Because I'm not... I'm mostly sneaking, so I can't really go fast anyway. And, nothing here is particularly dangerous. As you know, it's the tutorial level. And it matters a lot more for me to carry out a bunch of stuff out of here, to sell, so that I can get the first house. Like, literally, my first goal is to be getting a house. All I want is the first house, and then, we're pretty solidly set up for the rest of the game. Weirdly enough, like, getting a house is, like, the first thing I always do. And unless things have changed, the first house is 2,000 gold. I don't know if they've increased things for inflation or what, but... Oh, yeah. Get fucked! Get dead! Yeah, no, you're good, Dolly. I mean, it's always good to check in if, like, pet names are good, because certain people might not be okay with them. But, yeah, Darling doesn't bother me. Especially from, like, someone like you that I, like, know isn't being, like, condescending. Gorbelin? Yeah, it's a Gorbelin. Gorbelin D's nuts. Ha ha ha! Get got. Yeah, what is my encumbrance like anyway? Yeah. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's alphabetical. That's how much armor it is. Oh yeah, that's how healthy it is. Because yeah, you have to fix stuff. How damage it is. So that's... Yes. It's defense. How much it's worth. That might be weight. Yeah, that's weight. So the rusty iron stuff is heavy, but it's worth a lot. All items. Yeah, that's what I want. I have 94 pounds of ounces? Whatever. I have a lot of stuff going on. Oh no, that's gold. That's weight. Gotcha. Whatever, I don't care. How did you see me? That's not a knife. That's a knife. Okay, well. Over there. Can I just go around? Never be condescending, maybe just joke whenever it means for everybody. Yeah. You mind gobbling these nuts? I need to stop. What is wrong with me? Okay, there's no way around that way. Gotta... We'll probably end when I'm done the tutorial and I'm gonna go to the main city, sell off a bunch of stuff, and then maybe we'll end. It's because I have to pee really bad. What? Stuck on. Of course you saw me. Oh, in front of you. Give me your gold! Where your weapon went, but I don't care. Sound like monkeys. Bones? I don't need bones. Give. I love how jank this game is. It's always been jank, it always will be jank. The whole point. Never change. I will never. Woo! Repair hammer. So that's for fixing when we damage stuff. Do I have anything that's damaged? Yeah, the katana is damaged. So I can... Repair hammer. Use on... To fix that. I'm such a little goblin, it's ridiculous. Longsword and repair hammer. I'm so over encumbered, it's ridiculous. I will say, if something's not like a quest item, I probably won't bother keeping it. For the most part, in the game. But if it's like a quest item or enchanted, but otherwise I will be ditching a lot of the things that we get. I don't care if you can see me. You're rats and you're trapped. So I don't give a fuck. Don't have void pockets. I wish I had a bag fold in this game. That would be real helpful. I do not. The game does not have bags of holding. Okay, the rats are over there. Okay. Leggies hurt. Sitting too long. Actually, you know what I could do? Where are you, ratties? Where are you? Get fire. Get that on fire. Yay! Opens the gate, so now I can go down here without getting stuck. I can't jump. I can't jump because I'm encumbered. Crispy rat. Is there any way out of here now that I've... Yeah, these are like stairs. Where's the way out? I love that I can't jump because I'm too chunky. But yeah, so that's the way I came in. That's not good. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Who gets to jump? Okay, over there. I'm like remembering how all this shit works. Keep in mind, I also haven't played this game in like over a decade. But I do remember a lot of it. A little bit of stuff has changed, but... It was like staggering wasn't a thing before. Weirdly, 2006 did not have that complicated a combat. Okay. We're almost done the tutorial, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is the... one of the... near the end?
Find an defensible spot. Protect the Emperor until help arrives. Help? What makes you think help will get here before? Here they come again! We need to get the Emperor out of here.
For the Emperor!
I'd help, but I kind of don't want to set anyone on fire.
It's that prisoner again. Kill him. He might be working with the assassins.
No.
No, he is not one of them. He can help us. He must help us.
As you wish, sire.
Come closer. I'd prefer not to have to shout.
Okay, Patrick Stewart, I love you to death. I just want to see if there's loot over here. Fuck did you all come from?
I need your help. Please come with us.
I'm also immediately... That was... walking? Yeah, this is as fast as my character can go.
My guardians will not harm you.
Oh yeah, he was glitching on the stairs because he's trying to... He's coded to walk towards me and I went up the stairs and he was like, didn't know what to do.
Don't be afraid. My guardians will not harm you.
My neighbors are... I don't know if you guys can hear that. My neighbors are shouting. The guard shuffle, yeah. Boris, I don't
They
like you.
cannot understand why I trust you. They've not seen what
It's very
I've
funny.
seen.
I love the, like, Oblivion jank.
Listen, you know the Nine. How
Yes.
they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
Yes. I'm not on good terms with the gods.
I've served the Nine all my days, and I chart my course by the cycles of the heavens. The skies are marked with numberless sparks, each a fire, and every one a sign. I
Heard
know
of it,
these
yeah.
stars well, and I wonder which sign marked your birth.
Oh, I gotta choose my birth sign! Let's go! So, we can do warrior. Won't help our class. Mage. Not terrible. The thief. Would be a good one. Steed. Not bad. Apprentice. Not useful. Moonshadow giving us invisibility once per day would be kind of helpful. Ritual, I think that's the one I used a lot. It gives us a way to make undead fuck off multiple times a day. So just we get a new spell. And we get a 200-point heal once a day. We can... This is like more magic stuff. Unlock doors. Reflect incoming damage once per day. The tower is not very useful because we're getting we're gonna get a thing to help with doors. The lover paralyzes people once per day. The lady, willpower and endurance. The lord, armor and resist magic. The serpent, deal 3 points of damage for 20 seconds, cures poison, dispels 90 points, and damage, fatigue 100 points to the caster. Stream down? Stop for me? It's up on my end. There we go. Yeah, no, that was your end, bud. I panicked for a second. It's good here? Okay, good. So I was thinking... possibly the ritual? For undead stuff. And, like, having, like, a good bonus heal. Or we could do Thief. I used to do Shadow a lot for, invisibility, but... I'm thinking maybe Thief or Ritual. Ritual? Alright, we'll go with Ritual. Also gives us a lot of flexibility, because, like, we'll be dealing with undead a lot. So it gives us, like, a constant thing. Thief would be good because it would increase a lot of the attributes that we're using. Serpent is kind of like a... if you're dealing with poison, but I'm sneaking a lot, so that won't matter as much. Yeah, Ritual makes sense.
The signs I read show the end of my path. My death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Your stars are not mine. Today, the ritual shall speed you on your star-patterned path. My dreams grant me no opinions of success. Their compass ventures not beyond the doors of death. But in your face, I behold the sun's companion. The dawn of Akatosh's bright glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope, and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
Legitimately, so many of these lines would not work. They would not hit with the gravitas they have if it wasn't for Patrick Stewart. He delivers such goofy-ass lines so well.
No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well, and my ghost shall rest easy. Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In
That's
this,
such
I
Shakespearean
am
stuff.
blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate, then fall.
God, I fucking love the Emperor. It's just not a sentence you normally hear me say.
I go to my grave. A tongue shriller than all the music calls me. You shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
Okay,
You
bud.
may as well make yourself useful. Here, carry this torch and stick close. My job is to make sure the Emperor gets out of here alive, and I intend to do it.
Yeah, well, about that.
We're the Emperor's bodyguards. Our job is to get him out of situations like this. Although I admit, things are not going according to plan.
Fair. The X-Men guy? Yeah, it's Sir Patrick Stewart. He's also a Shakespearean actor. I love him so much. He's so sweet.
Stick close and let us do our job, and you'll be all right.
He's also, Captain Jean-Luc Picard. Star Trek. I'm struggling to keep up, y'all.
Take them down! The Emperor's in danger! Oblivion, take
My
you!
sword for the dragon! This one's mine. Take them down!
For the blades and the Emperor! I fought mud crabs more fierce. Don't push me, prisoner.
You stepped in front of my spell. I need to set you on fire, but like... Dude. Stay out of my way. Shakespearean actor? Yeah, Sir Patrick Stewart is genuinely one of the best people.
This one's mine!
The Emperor's in danger!
And, his very close friend...
Let's get this over.
Uh...
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Prisoner, help the Emperor!
I'm trying, but you're all fast. Anyway, Sir Ian McKellen, is gay and has been openly gay for a very long time, and Patrick Stewart's been very, very, very supportive of him. Also, Sir Patrick Stewart looks like my
I
dad.
don't like this. Let me take a look.
Come with us. Your destiny is bound up with mine, and with the fate of Tamriel itself.
Any day now, yeah. I'm working on it, y'all.
Looks clear. Come on. We're
It's-
almost through to the sewers.
It's not. Also, it controls differently than it did on Xbox when it came out. So, I'm getting used to things being not the buttons I'm used to.
Damn it! The gate is barred from the other side. A trap!
What about that side passage back there?
Worth a try. Let's go.
This is gonna go badly. Oh, Sir Ian McKellen. He was out as gay for, like, a really long time. And,
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life. Take them down!
For the Emperor! Oblivion, thank you! Don't push me.
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of Kings.
the what the
Take
fuck
the
now?
amulet, give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son.
Okay.
Find him and close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
He said the thing! No! Hit! Well,
You chose a bad day
You're
to take
lucky
up
I
with
like
the cause of the
otherwise
The Amulet of Kings will be mine.
I mean, it won't.
You're a traitor to your own. You thought your secrets could be hidden from the Lord of Destruction.
Thank you!
No. Talos, save us. We failed. I failed. The Blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his heirs are dead.
That's
The
not true.
Where's the Amulet of Kings? It wasn't on the Emperor's
He
body.
gave it to me.
Strange. He saw something in you.
Alright, Talos, this can't be happening.
They
Yes.
say it's the dragon blood that flows through the veins of every septum. They see more than lesser men. The Amulet of Kings is a sacred symbol of the Empire. Most people think of the Red Dragon crown, but that's just jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you for a reason. Did he say why?
Yes.
Joffrey? He said that? Why? Nothing I ever heard about, but Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order.
Some pepperonis, yeah.
Although you may not think so to meet him,
R.I.P.
he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral.
Guess where we're going?
First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance to the sewers, past the locked gate. That's where we were heading.
Yes.
It's a secret way out of the Imperial City. Or it was supposed to be secret.
Supposed to be.
You'll need this key for the last door into the sewers.
Dragon's Blood, Fire Emblem. Oh my god.
There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced monk. Am I right?
Nope. So they guess based on the skills you've used what they think you were. So he definitely thinks I'm a monk because I wasn't using that many spells, and I used hand-to-hand, security, sneak. So based on what I was using, they kind of guessed that, because I wasn't using that many spells. However, because I'm still getting used to it, rest in peace can be said to someone while they go to sleep in their bed. It's macabre, but it works. True. Yeah, I need to block more. Nightblade. Yeah, that's where I was gonna go. It's Restoration, Light Armor, Blade, Athletics. This is kind of where I was gonna go. So I'm just gonna use default class. This is very similar. It's interesting that they wanted me to be a monk. Because they don't use any weapons, and I was using a sword the entire time. I think it's probably the combination of, like, sneak and security. I was doing a lot of that. And I did punch the shit out of that rat initially, but yeah, we're gonna do this because I don't want heavy armor. That's a lot of weight to carry. I'm gonna do this. Plus restoration will be useful. And our the Mara's blessing that we got from our star sign will also give us restoration. So let's pick Nightblade.
Really? I would never have guessed. Still, I don't think you'll have any trouble with rats and goblins. You must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Waynon Priory immediately. Got it? Good. The Emperor's trust was well placed. I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body, and make sure no one follows you. You better get moving. May Talos guide you. By the way, thanks for recovering Captain Renault's sword. I'll see that it is given a place of honor in the halls of the Blades.
Oh. Well, you took my sword, you bitch.
You need to get out of here. There's no telling who will come first. The Blades are more assassins.
Rude, yeah.
The sacred symbol of the Empire. Only those of Septim blood can wear it, they say.
Okay. Joffrey.
He's the Grand Master of the Blades. As the eyes and ears of the Emperor, the Blades don't advertise themselves. We of the Imperial Bodyguard are the public face of the Blades, but most of my brothers serve the Emperor quietly, behind the scenes. You'll find Grand Master Joffrey at Waynon Priory, living as a simple monk. My order is dedicated to the service of the Septim Emperors. We have failed in our duty to protect him. May Talos guide his soul to Aetherius. Rest in peace, my lord. A chapter house of the Order of Talos, a monastic order connected to the Blades. It's located on the Black Road just outside of Coral. Goodbye. Leave the Emperor in peace.
I can't salute the Emperor, that's funny. Oh, I can't... Oh, it will just let me walk there. Okay, I need... a weapon. Steel short sword? Or... iron long sword. Let's go with that. That gives us a little bit of range. Okay. I know I'm over encumbered. Fully aware. So now we just gotta get out of the sewers. Get to the city, sell off a bunch of shit. We won't have enough for a house, but I have a plan to get a house. I have an entire fucking plan. The same thing I do every single time. Exit to sewers. Okay, so I gotta go through the sewers and then we're done. The tutorial, anyway. Auto saving! Woo! So yeah, it's just goblins and rats down here. Long great swords, but not as heavy as are depicted. Yeah, I have a short sword. Not like a real, it's not sharp, but also like they're meant to be balanced so that you can they're meant to be balanced so they're a little bit easier to hold. The weird monkey sounds are not necessary. I've held katana before too, which are essentially longswords. Katana aren't super duper heavy. I've never held like a greatsword, but most of my experience is with Oh, I gotta find a thing. I don't want to have to find a thing. Just let me open the fucking door. I'm encumbered. This is gonna take forever. Hi, Pina Colada. Hope you're doing well. Ah, we fucked. There's probably like a thing up there. Zweihander. Yeah, it's two-hander. S-stop, rapier, and katana. I wouldn't say katana is like a long sword. It is in that it's a two-handed sword. Short swords are usually single-handed. Or short sword you can... Brr. Oh, Fina, like Josephine. Gotcha. Gotcha. But katana is a longsword in that it's long. It's like a two-handed sword. Like you can't single hand. A katana. Oh, there's the exit, so it's pretty done. I want to like explore stuff, but I don't think it. Well, yeah, I don't know. Fina? Yeah. Fina is a really cool name. Ooh, the dragon. I love that it has like the Skyrim-esque dragon. Cause like, yeah, the gate does not Oh, I'm good with all of my stuff. Rose, level 1. Yay! Look at me. But yeah, a lot of the textures have changed. So, like, seeing the little Skyrim dragon is pretty cool. Yeah, no problem. Ah. Oh, that's kind of cool. Same use niche for swords? Yeah. Game, please don't be crashing. It's probably just, yeah, loading weird because I've got going out into the world for the first time. It's got a billion things to load. There we go. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. The fucking lighting is gorgeous. The fuck? Wayne and Priory. I'm not going to Wayne and Priory. I don't give a shit. That's fucking so pretty. What the shit? Looks better in Skyrim? It genuinely does. Though, to be fair, hot take, 2006 Oblivion looked better than Skyrim when it came out. Like, Skyrim was just brown and ugly and gross. And some of that's because it's, like, in a wintry, muddy-ass, but that's also, like, a choice. Like, this, like, the textures and everything are updated, but, like, Oblivion in 2006 was, like, very painterly style. Like, it was meant to be pretty. God, and, like, them choosing to have you looking at ruins when you first come out and, like, the water and stuff, rather than the city, is, like, just the correct decision. You're correct. I very much am. But, like, God, this game's pretty. Okay, so we're gonna walk to the city. We'll be using a lot of fast traveling in this game, but I like doing a lot of walking around. We'll probably only fast travel when it's like we're actively going somewhere that we've already been. But I do actually really like walking around the world. Because like it's such a pretty world that they've made. Even in the original, like, you might be looking at this being like, oh wow, there's all of these different kinds of grass and moss and all these different textures. Like, a lot of this was in the original. Obviously not in this level of detail, but Oblivion worked, like, the makers of Oblivion worked really hard to have, like, a lot of, like, different plants and, like, colors and lighting to make sure that, like, the nature looked varied and not too, it didn't just look like a wash of green, like all the same shade. So that there was, like, texture and variation, like, this is fucking beautiful. Are you kidding me? And, like, they've kept a lot of the, like, painterly style where it's, like, yes, it's more realistic and pretty looking, but, like, it still has, like, the, like, fog and a lot of the, like, vibes and stuff of the original. God, I'm over encumbered to shit. Normally this walk doesn't take this long. God, this is so pretty. Thanks, Saribot. You're a very good bot. Like, That is a hell of a view. Like, kudos on the developers for, like, the detail they put into this. We're so encumbered that we have plenty of time to enjoy it. Yeah. I'm so fucking slow. I promise you we're going straight into the city to the markets to sell a bunch of this shit. Market district. That's where we're going. We gotta go over there. Because I think this is the prison, which is why the sewers led right there. So, that's the market district. We're going there. We're not going back in the prison. Oh, thanks. Your character just pulling a massive cart of stuff. It's just like a bunch of sacks over my shoulder. Also, keep in mind, I'm just in my underwear and like a cult hood for some reason. You can one-hand a katana, it's just faster with two hands. Yeah, I mean, I took weapons training as a kid. I did martial arts until I was 14, when my body stopped working. But, katanas can be wielded with one hand, but that's not how they're usually wielded. And yeah, Wakazashi is the short sword. Okay, we're at the market district. Now I just gotta find places to sell all this shit. We're not gonna get great prices because I am apparently, despite being super gorgeous, I don't have a lot of speechcraft. Because I'm autistic. Wanted. Gray Fox. Wanted for theft, embezzlement, forgery, pickpocketing, counterfeiting, burglary, conspiracy to commit theft, grand larceny, tax evasion, slander, fraud, perfidy, and impertinence. Description. Wears a gray cloak that conceals his appearance. Presumed male and Colovian. Height between 5 and 6 feet. No shit. Normal weight. Hair and eye color unknown. Any citizen with information should contact the Imperial Watch. Watch Captain Hieronymus Lex.
The children are starving. Please help.
Just so she can jump off. She likes jumping off things. That's because she's an idiot.
Good day.
Because she's an idiot. I don't appreciate your man titties enough. Yeah, correct. That's because she's an idiot.
Good to hear.
Great one, attention.
The news
Fine.
from Anvil is terrible. Have you heard about the attack on the chapel there?
Be seeing you.
Okay, what store is that? Copious coin purse. First edition, so that's books. So yeah, this is like a general store, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. I haven't played this game in so long, y'all. I put a lot of time into this game, but like I don't remember a lot of details, because, oh yeah, let's not steal shit.
Welcome to the Copious Coin Purse. What kind of deal can I make for you today? Blasted thief. I hope they string him up when they catch him. He's a slippery one, though. The beggars are his eyes and ears. I have the best prices in town. Why? I'm smart, and you're smart. We know the right people, we get the best deals. If you need light armor, talk to Maro Rufus at the Best Defense.
Admire, boast, joke, and coerce. Each of these actions raises or lowers the character's disposition. Do not take too long. Steadily falling.
Yes. Really now, you're such a charmer. I doubt it. I won't fight you. Ugh, that's foul.
Okay, so he doesn't like jokes.
Really now, you're such a charmer. I won't fight you. Not funny. Not even a little bit. I doubt it. You should be ashamed. I doubt it. I won't fight you. Goodness. What can I say? Not funny. Not really now. I doubt it. I won't fight you.
Aha, there we go.
That's enough. Goodness. I doubt it.
Here we go.
That's not bad.
So he likes me better
May
now.
I interest you in some of my fine wares?
So I'll get better deals. Okay, so I want to sell... Okay, so... Sell bear pelt, gold nugget.
That's a good deal.
Bunch of gems. Ale.
That's a fair deal.
Topaz. Yeah, none of that's worth anything. Okay, so I'll probably find like a weapons place to sell my weapons, but...
Thank you for your business. Goodbye. Please, come again.
I'm still over encumbered. Oh, fuck. Okay. Once we get outside, where's the fucking weapon shop? Okay. Map. What do I want? Real commerce, the best defense, it's over there. Staffs, sewers. Okay, so I want to go left.
Great.
Have you
I
heard
heard
any
people
word about the
saying they
other
ran into
provinces?
goblins around here
Jesus.
not long ago.
Syndicates of
I can't
wizards.
Oblivion
stand those
commercials.
things.
Boycott of imperial goods.
Disgusting creatures. I hope to never see another.
Bye.
Goodbye.
It's stupid. It honestly might just be that it knows that I'm shock damage. I might actually keep the staff.
Good day.
Goblins on. It might just be because I'm playing Oblivion that it's like, oh, best defense, builded craft, slash and smash. Okay, yeah, that's where I want to go. Sell a bunch of weapons. Hello, friend.
Herbal grow Orkog knows you need axes and blunt weapons, big ones. So he makes them and sells them here.
Okay,
Slash
thanks.
and Smash, the big orc weapons shop. Big weapons for big heroes. Where else? You have to be here. This is the city. The big city. Why waste time in little places?
Fair. It's Toronto.
Bo Thiel from the Arcane University is looking for someone to chase the bandits from Camp Ailes. Probably trying to enhance her weird machine.
Alright. Okay, let's...
This
persuade.
better be good.
Okay.
Where'd you get that? That's good. So, is that so? I like you too. Is that so? I like you too. That's really funny. Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, fair.
You're a big, fat liar. I like you're wasting your breath. Where'd you get that? That's good. Oh, you're too kind. Is that so? You're full of it.
Like this orc guy? Yeah, the orc guy's great.
It's good of you to say so. You're full of... Where'd you get... That's just talk. I like you too. You're wasting your breath. Blah, blah. That's great. How's it go again? Where'd you get that? You're a big, fat liar. You can't skip. How nice.
Yeah, see? I'm not terrible at this.
It's good of you. You're wasting your breath. Don't. That's really funny. How nice. You're full of it. That's great. How's it go again? You can't scare me. I see.
69 is pretty good. Nice.
What can I interest you in?
Okay. I want to get rid of...
A fine transaction. That seems a fair price.
You have a bond. So I don't have to... Okay. Okay, I'm actually not over encumbered now. If actual conversations could go like that, yeah, I could just spin a wheel of facial expressions. I mean, actually, the short sword and the long sword are basically the same. The short sword costs more, but the long sword weighs more. By quite a bit. Trying to decide if I want to sell the longsword so I can have more... I might do that just for weight reasons. Sell all these arrows, because I'm not using them. Hey, we're almost at 400 gold already.
A pleasure to serve you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I might sell the shaman staff too, just because that's a lot of money and that's ugly as sin. And we'll get a lot better staves and weapons. That's not just a little bit of shock damage. But the store for that's like across the stuff over here. But yeah, I'm not encumbered now.
I understand Daedra worship has become increasingly prevalent in the Somerset Isle. It seems Somerset Isle has become a much more dangerous
You ask me.
I love how worshipping different gods makes you dangerous. Love that. There you are.
You're in Rindir's staffs, and I'm Rindir. I sell magical staffs. Imagine that.
You're very fun.
My advice is take your time. Walk around the market district. See what's on offer. Don't buy until you've seen it all. Take your time.
Smart
For
man.
you, of course.
Oh, he likes me a lot already. Oh, you've reached the maximum disposition for this character? Okay, there's no point. He just likes me.
Can I
Sick.
interest you in some of my wares?
Sin. Oh, sinning is sexy, but sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna sell that. I might. This won't cost me anything, but I don't think I need. Just gonna sell all those.
Thank you. Come again. You too.
Can I wear that? I can't. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna sell
I
that
hope I can
too.
help.
Oh.
Let's do business.
Not that it doesn't give me money, but
Come
I
back
just
and see
don't
me
want the
again.
weight.
Blasted thief. Farewell.
Found my wallet? Hell yeah. Sometimes being ugly is sexy? Yeah. I mean, that is true. It's all in the confidence, really. I just levitated for a moment.
Oh, hello.
What is it now?
There's something strange about Ida Lenormand. I heard she was
How do you
climbing up
do?
the chapel.
How are you today?
Just so
Great.
she could jump
Do you
off.
know Mara Rufus?
Maybe she could
He
teach me how to
specializes in
fall
light
off
armor and
boats.
best defense.
That's a useful skill. I've heard it's the
Much
best
better
light
than
armor
say
in the
swing.
So that's 4 days ago.
Sounds
Oh, yeah, I imagine then. Okay, so I'm gonna save. Save the game.
There were
care.
lights spotted at
Take care.
Summercliff Watch.
And we will exit game because we have saved. We got through the tutorial. We are no longer massively encumbered by literally everything. And I need to pee and chill out a little bit because we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Fuck. Thanks. Bye. Thanks for stream. Thank you. Oh yes, I know Opera GX updated some stuff. Okay. Okay, a bunch of my stuff's still closed. It's supposed to be a scary game. Are we doing that before we end?
I'll do this all day. I'm gonna come here. Hold on. Come on, you gotta take a bath.
Yeah, we'll just do this bit. Thank you so much, y'all.
It's broken. I broke my fucking laugh bone. I can't do it. I can't even laugh at it anymore.
Gotta figure out who the frick to raid. How broken he gets, yeah. I love how I'm like, who are we gonna raid as if I don't know. Give the link. I will. I have to get Discord and everything back open because I had to close everything for Oblivion.
I gotta get like 5 to come out at the same time. I feel like the asset is loading right here. You know what I mean? I'll get it. I can't even fucking imagine why you would have to do this.
D2 probably.
I can't even
How'd you
process
guess?
why you would have that.
How'd you guess? That's so funny.
Scary game.
Scary game. It's supposed to be a scary game. Okay, so we're gonna. Yeah, she's doing her anniversary stream. So we're gonna raid D-Tune. No music to exit because my everything's broken from Oblivion. But next week it'll be Oblivion. Again, we'll actually make some solid progress because I'll just stream Oblivion the whole time. I might do. I don't think there'll be political updates other than. I mean, the election will be over by then, so I'll be like maybe briefly talk results, but it won't be like a major thing. It'll be pretty much just Oblivion all day next week. And IRL streams are coming soon. I still have to figure out when I can do that because it'll depend. I'm just gonna wait till the cherry blossoms are blooming, and then we'll go to High Park, and I'll try and get. Lucy was interested in coming with, so just gotta figure out scheduling for me and Lucy. It'll probably be a Monday or a Tuesday, just roughly based on what I know of their availability, but I will keep you all posted in the Discord. And yeah, we'll be doing IRL stuff soon. I'm really excited. I'll have next week I might have more shoot stuff to share. So yeah, I appreciate y'all for stopping by. I had a really fun time. Y'all are the best. Be sure to say hi to D-Tune for me, and take care of yourself, and med check, and hydrate, eat some food, make sure you take care of yourself, because we've been here for a while. I love y'all so much. Let me get this raid going. /raid. D-Tune. Not E-Tune, D-Tune. I can spell. D-Tune. This is our raid message. Happy stream anniversary. Use a different hard mode if you don't have one. You can just use less than 3. Appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for the brand new sub, Dolly. Thank y'all for hanging out with my favorite ass game. I appreciate y'all so much. And yeah. I'll see y'all soon. See you probably in D-Tune's chat because that's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the day while I'm editing. But yeah, I love y'all. Mwah!